Well, why don't I do it this way? First, have commissioners introduce themselves, please. I'll begin. I'm Bruce Newell, Chair of the State Library Commission. Connie?
Sorry, I was muted.
That's right.
We're introducing ourselves.
Yes.
I'm Connie, Director of Imaginative Libraries.
Thank you very much. Ken?
I'm Ken Wall with Geodata Services in Missoula, but I'm governor appointee on the State Library Commission for Missoula.
Thank you. And Kenning?
Kenning Arlich, MSU Bozeman, Higher Education Appointee Commissioner.
Thank you very much. And then Jenny, I don't see everyone on my screen. So, but will you start, and then let me figure out how to get a view of everyone here.
Upper right.
Yeah, I see, I've got the side-by-side gallery.
Do you see the participant button?
Participants at the bottom.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll scroll to the bottom. So Jenny, would you go, please?
Hi, good morning, everyone. This is Jenny Stepp, the State Librarian.
Evan.
Evan Hammer, Digital Library Administrator, Montana State Library.
Thank you. You're going to make NRES explicable to all of us today, right?
Wow. See what we can do.
Thank you very much. Melissa, please.
Good morning, Melissa Briggs, Central Services Manager, State Library.
All right. Sharon.
Good morning, I'm Sharon Hardwick. I'm the HR Specialist at the library.
Good morning. Good morning. Suzanne.
Suzanne Reimer. I'm a statewide consulting librarian for Montana State Library.
I love your hair.
Thanks.
Wow.
New haircut.
Wow. Wow. Okay, cool. Joe, please.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Joe Flick. I'm the CE coordinator at the Montana State Library.
Good morning. Elsie. Good morning. Could you introduce yourself?
Good morning. Happy Wednesday. The State Superintendent, Elsie Arnson, and it's a pleasure to be here. Sunshine's going to happen today, right?
Fingers crossed.
It's happening.
Fingers crossed. I know. Good morning.
Good morning. Ashley.
Good morning. This is Ashley Kandich. I'm the Montana State Library accountant.
Good morning. Pam.
Pam Henley, consulting librarian with the State Library.
Great. Jennifer.
Good morning, Jennifer Brunell. I'm the Montana Memory Project Director for the State Library, and I'm really jealous if you're getting sunshine because we're getting snow in Shoto.
Mike.
Second here. Yes, Mike Mannion. Thank you. I was asked to give a little presentation on House Bill 102. So I understand my time will be coming here in a few minutes, but I'm the Chief Legal Counsel for the Department of Administration here in Helena.
Great. Thank you, Mike. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Ashley.
I think Ashley already introduced herself.
Okay. My list skips around, so I'm a little confused here. Kara, please.
Good morning. I'm Carol Orban, Statewide Projects, Montana State Library.
Good morning. Good morning. Jody.
Good morning. Jody Moore, Library Director of the Red Lodge Carnegie Library and hopeful member of the new NAC.
Great. Welcome to the meeting. Tracy.
Good morning. I'm Tracy Cook, Lead Consulting and Learning Librarian for the Montana State Library.
Great. And Jessica, have you introduced yourself yet?
Nope. I'm Jessica Edwards, Data Coordinator for the State Library.
Welcome. Troy?
Yeah, good morning. Troy Blanford, Water Information at the State Library.
Good morning. Janine?
Good morning. I'm Janine Brookie, Director of the Phillips County Library in Malta, Montana, and Federation Coordinator for the Golden Plains Library Federation. Though I am handing over the reins to John Underwood at the end of this fiscal year. I've been doing the Federation Coordinator for 16 years.
Well, thank you very much and congratulations on passing it off so ably. Perfect.
Thank you.
Jane? I'm showing Jane's iPhone. Okay, Jamie.
Yeah.
And I'm not hearing anything from Jamie or Jane. And finally, Carolyn.
I'm here. Jamie's here.
Jamie is here. Good morning.
Good morning. I've been here.
I wonder if Jamie has two devices going at once or something.
You have no idea.
It may be you need to mute one of them, although the echo does give your voice even more authority than it normally has. And then finally, Carolyn. Okay, well, thank you all. I think we'll go ahead and begin with the agenda and turn it over to Jenny with staff longevity recognition.
Great. Welcome, everyone. We're glad to have you with us. And we're also very pleased to start this agenda recognizing a couple of our longtime staff. Tracy, I'm going to ask you to first recognize Joe.
So it's my pleasure to congratulate Jo on her 10 years of service with the state of Montana. As many of you know, she's our continuing education coordinator, which means she arranges a lot of our training, also helps us with our certification program. I think really for Jo, I guess I would love to thank her because she has really improved the learning offerings that we have given. She is an educator at heart and an instructional designer, and she has helped us create workshops and sessions that really contribute to deeper learning, to changing people's behavior and attitude. And I really appreciate that about Jo. So congratulations, Jo, and thank you for all the work you've done these years.
Thank you. It's been a blast.
I think we're very fortunate indeed. I think librarians and libraries around the state are very fortunate indeed. You've done a great job, and it just seems to keep getting better. So thank you very much.
And Evan.
Thanks, Jenny. I am excited to have the opportunity to recognize and honor Erin Fashaway for her 15 years of service. It's hard to believe, partly because Erin and I actually started very close together 15 years ago. I didn't realize it at the time, but and I've never told her this, but when I met her just a few months later, I thought she'd been here for years. She, just like everything, she had come in, figured out the lay of the land in Montana, and was a voice of authority for Montana GIS even in those early days. And so it's no real surprise that she finds herself now in the role of GIS coordinator. For those of you who don't know, she's more or less, I can't say she's been with the library, but she's been essentially with the GIS group for most of those 15 years. Just a few years ago, she took a 2-year sabbatical over at MDT before returning to take on the GIS coordinator position. As much as anything, for those of you on the commission that are new, I just hate that we've been through this COVID period because you likely haven't had a chance to meet Erin, but had you been in the building for meetings, I'm sure you would have all had the chance to meet. And so I look forward to us getting back into more normal times. So you can build those relationships. One other thing I'll mention about Erin, she was recently nominated for the second year in a row for the State Up and Comer Award. I'll post the link in case any of you like to go in there and vote for people. This is not like a presidential election. It's more like the All-Star game. Vote early, vote often. So please do hop on. Since it's up and comer, there's, I think, 2 categories there. They'll be running the show someday. Well, she's already doing that. Or young leaders who did exceptional work in IT this year. And of course, if you aren't aware, Erin's been the driving force behind the state's COVID response dashboard. And it is kind of a microcosm of the work that she's done since she arrived in Montana working on GIS. I think she was the first one to show me the Johns Hopkins dashboard back in January of last year. And you could tell at that moment she knew this is something we need. We need it for the state. It's something the library should be doing. It's a great opportunity for GIS and great for the library. We'll figure out how later. Let's make sure that we're involved here. And so with that, thank you so much, Erin, for all the great work you've done.
Yeah, thank you. It's I can't believe it's been 15 years. I feel old, but I can't wait to meet you all in person. Of course, I know some of you quite well. And Evan knows I'm itching to get back in the office. So as soon as we are able, I will be there, and maybe I'll wear bells. It might be possible.
Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate the work you've done with both the plan and also with the grants over the years and keeping those in good shape. Actually, what I most appreciate about you is your laugh. So,
thanks, Bruce. I will, eventually we're going to get you LiDAR for those trails. So it's coming. I just want you to know that. I'm going to get you that LiDAR.
Okay, let me set my watch here. This is great. This is great. Well, thank you. Thank you both, Joe and Erin. I really appreciate it. The State Library is its staff, and you guys are sterling examples of why that's true. We have a consent agenda with minutes from several days. We have an application for a new library to join the shared catalog and a third quarter financial report. We'll vote on that as a group. Are there any items that you want to pull out of that? Anyone want to pull out that? I think maybe just a little bit of discussion. Do you want to say anything, either Melissa or Jenny, about the third quarter financial report? No is an acceptable answer.
No, nope, I don't have anything to add.
Okay. Do I hear a motion to accept the consent agenda as presented?
So moved.
From Kenning, a second?
Dalton will second.
Dalton, good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Bruce.
Would you like to introduce yourself, Dalton?
I can. Do you want to do the vote first?
Sure. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Dalton, please introduce yourself.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dalton. I'm a student at the University of Montana, and I work for the city of Missoula. I joined the commission in the fall, and I appreciate you all allowing me to learn with you. Thank you.
Well, thank you for being here. Okay, let's move on then to the legislative update. Jenny. Are you there, Jenny?
You're on mute,
You're
Jenny.
muted, Jenny.
Doggone it.
Okay.
What I was saying is, I think most of you are pretty well up to date with the status of most of our legislation working its way through the legislature. House Bill 2 will be heading to free conference in the next few days to reconcile the remaining amendments to that bill, but there haven't been any substantial changes to our budget as it's contained in House Bill 2 after it came out of the Education Budget Subcommittee, with the exception of the addition of a global addition of a 1% vacancy savings on top of the 4% vacancy savings that was already in House Bill 2. And for us, that means about $23,000 in general fund, so it's not a significant amount for us to be concerned about. So largely our House Bill 2 budget remains intact. Again, it's in House Bill 2 that we have the one-time only appropriation for the real-time network. The legislature did choose to take the one-time only newsline appropriation out of House Bill 2 because it is now contained in House Bill 632 with the intent that we use ARPA funds to pilot that program. House Bills 49 and 50 are with the governor. We expect him to sign those bills any day, and then we will have significant cause to celebrate. House Bill 632 includes the newsline appropriation as well as the appropriation for the $2 million that we're receiving through IMLS. I think I've told you that the legislature has now determined, rather than funding a lot of the individual spending concepts that were discussed very early when these funds were announced, they are now setting up commissions and will have more of an application process for state agencies and local governments, the private sector and nonprofits and other organizations to apply for funds under the various categories of funding funded through ARPA. The commission will include legislators and other delegates. They will be making recommendations to the executive. And so a number of those spending concepts that we talked about last month, including additional funding for LIDAR and wetlands, additional funding for the real-time network, funding for infrastructure, broadband infrastructure and libraries and so forth, we would be making as applications to various commissions as outlined in House Bill 632.
Are commissioners, do you have any questions about House Bill 632? I have one question, Jenny. This is 2-year money, is that correct?
So that's a really good question. IMLS has determined that the ARPA funds that they are distributing to state libraries are 2-year funds. The other streams of money in House Bill 632 are essentially available until expended. And in fact, the IMLS funds, according to the Treasury, are available until expended. It's IMLS that has put, it's even less than 2 years. It's basically a 17-month spending restriction on those funds.
So by adding an application process to this, does that in any way challenge or disadvantage the state library with these programs in terms of time to get things done?
So to be clear, a couple of points. We will not have to apply for the IMLS funds. There are what the legislature is referring to as siloed funds, meaning an agency within the federal government has designated certain funds to go to certain agencies. And so our IMLS funds are considered siloed funds, and they'll just make a direct appropriation to the state library. What is challenging for us is that we had largely intended to be able to sustain the hotspot lending program for 3 to 4 years with a portion of those monies. And you know, the reasoning makes a lot of sense. People love this program, libraries love this program, they want to see it extended. It is going to take more than 17 or 18 months for the state of Montana to resolve the broadband challenges that we face. And so we're pretty frustrated with IMLS for restricting the spending period we have to spend these dollars. But that does create opportunity for us to seek additional ARPA funds or other grant funds and sources of funding from the private sector to continue to sustain that program into the future. What is in line itemed in House Bill 632 right now, however, is 1.2 million for the hotspot lending program. And we could not expend that amount of money on that program in that short a period of time. So we are asking the legislature to broaden that line item language in House Bill 632 to fund the hotspot lending program and other broadband infrastructure needs, to give us more flexibility in how we spend those funds over the next 17 to 18 months.
Might that include some of the plans that we were discussing for library IT infrastructure upgrades?
Exactly right, Bruce. Exactly. Good question.
Do you have any questions about this?
Jenny, can you remind us what the hotspot lending program has cost to date?
I know Melissa and John can respond probably more readily than I can. It's in the neighborhood of it's about $80,000 a quarter.
So we're in Q3, so it's 3 times 8.
It's a little bit more complicated to answer than that because there are different pots of money that we've been paying for this out of. But 80,000 a quarter for only the costs to pay Verizon, T-Mobile, and the other local company.
Niemont.
Yes, Niemont. If you all have more, if you want more detail, I can get that really easily as far as expenditures.
Kenning, would you like to see the detailed breakdown of that?
No, it's okay. I was just wanting to understand the scale of what $1.2 million means to compared to what you've spent so far on the program.
So what we've spent so far on the program as a whole, which includes purchasing equipment as well, is probably 600 or 700,000 over a year now. So that's a lot of money to spend for us.
Thank you.
Great.
We had hoped that we would have 1.2 million to spend over 3 to 4 years.
If there's no other questions about House Bill 632, talk to us, please, Jenny, about Legislative Council 2877 study resolution.
The study resolution. So there's a couple of things happening related to broadband this session, in addition to a handful of policy related bills. Within House Bill 632 is currently appropriated $275 million for broadband investment by the state of Montana. So House Bill 632 is the funding mechanism. Senate Bill 297 will be the piece of legislation that creates the processes, the policies, and the implementation for how to spend those funds. And right now, what is being discussed is the creation of a task force with an executive committee as well as a technical committee to look at different needs, including broadband deployment, how to encourage competition. Broadband mapping is on their list of needs to address, and other kinds of challenges. What they are talking about right now is going out to RFP to award contracts to deploy fiber and other means of broadband to unserved and underserved areas of Montana, with the intent of awarding multiple contracts around the state to address the most serious needs in the state. Those amendments to Senate Bill 297 are not yet posted, so we haven't had a chance to read through them. But what we did is recommend that they incorporate the study language from LC 2877 into Senate Bill 297, so that Senate Bill 297 has some reporting and accountability back to the legislature to demonstrate that we're making progress on achieving our broadband goals and addressing the concerns that were specifically identified through the broadband study resolution. So we will not be introducing the study resolution and instead expect to see that language incorporated into Senate Bill 297.
Is this being viewed sort of as a rural electrification kind of thing?
You know, I've heard that comparison made, that broadband should be viewed as a utility and needs to be as ubiquitous as electricity. I think the means and mechanisms by which it is deployed in some areas might look similar, and in other areas might look very different.
I recall when we talked about this several years ago, that broadband for the state was a project with a $2 billion price tag.
It's significant. Yeah, you know, I've heard anywhere from 700 million to 5 billion.
So
it, you know, it largely depends on the type of broadband you're intending to deploy.
So 275 is a useful amount of money, but it's by no means going to get the job done.
Right. And the other thing that the legislature and others are watching, of course, is the infrastructure bill coming out of Congress with significant appropriations specific to broadband. Originally in House Bill 632, they were talking about 350 million. That number's dropped a bit, and largely that's in anticipation of receiving even more funds through future federal appropriations.
Commissioners, do you have any questions about broadband? I remind you that broadband has been on our wish need list for some time, but it's always been sort of unobtainium. We've not really, we've lacked the ability to actually make it so, even though our plans for service really require ubiquitous broadband.
This is Ken. I don't have a question, but I would like to provide just a quick comment on this. And it's mainly the linkage between next generation 911 and broadband, and something I think that's kind of an interesting, and also, I guess, a potential link to geo-enabled elections, all three. What's different about some of this is the tools and everything that are out there, you know, are targeted at at structures where people live and work, basically. And we have a lot going on in Montana, and we're about to sort of look at a sea change there when we actually look at where the actual buildings are. That's a requirement of next gen, and is being implemented throughout Montana in most places, is rooftop locations of structures instead of where their driveway hits the nearest addressed road. So it's very interesting when you look at that and bring that into the equation. We're looking at being able to, you know, the way when you type in an address and it shows up on the map, it's using what in GIS terms we call a geocoding process. So it's looking at the ranges, the road ranges and addresses along the roads and placing the address there. And that could be in rural areas, you know, a couple miles away from where the actual house is. So we have situations like voting, you know, people registering to vote where their physical address is, but they're actually potentially living in a different precinct, that sort of thing. So we have a lot more information because of that that's becoming, people are becoming aware of, and it has a direct bearing on broadband because it really shows more where the structures are, and most states don't have that map very well. So we're moving towards being in pretty good shape in Montana.
Well, that is interesting. That is interesting. Whole new times. Jenny, other legislative updates?
That concludes my legislative update unless there are questions from any commissioners.
Well, thank you and staff for and MLA, the Montana Library Association, for all your good work this year. I'm touching wood as I say this, but things seem to be going fairly smoothly, and I know that it's a result of the ongoing engagement and conversation, genuine conversations we've had with all the players in this, including the legislator, in kind of presenting our needs and our hopes and engaging them in that process over the last half a dozen years. So it's really, really gratifying to see that good work start to give us a more secure financial basis. I still feel like we're not quite there yet, but we're certainly moving in the right direction at a good clip. So thank you very, very, very much. This is just terrific. This is a significant accomplishment.
Thank you.
I never, since I've been working with the state library in one way or another since 1980, I don't recall ever a time at this point in the session where this is going to really blow everything, but where I felt as confident as I do now. So well done, just really well done.
Thank you.
Would you introduce, Jenny, please, Mike Mannion from...
Sure, I'm happy to. And Mike, thanks so much for joining us. As you heard, Mike is Chief Legal Counsel for the Department of Administration. And so he's someone that we turn to when we have legal questions that pertain to our business as a state agency. And as you know, I sent an email out last month about the passage of House Bill 102, some changes that it puts in place for state employees and the public to be able to carry concealed weapons in state buildings, including the state library, and will also impact local governments, including local libraries. And this is proving to be a very complex legal matter. We receive a lot of questions from libraries about the role of their boards and what obligations and opportunities they have to consider restrictions on weapons in their facilities. And so we felt like it was important for you to hear from Mike, given his legal familiarity with this piece of legislation that is now passed and enacted in law. So Mike, thank you so much for being with us.
Yes, can everybody hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Just first of all, I want to say that I've worked, as Jenny said, with her staff, she and her staff, and you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, you have a great staff there. I'm sure you already know that, but it's been a joy to work with them on the few issues I've been asked to help out. So I just wanted to say that. I'll launch into it here. I'll be the first to admit I am not an expert in this because it all happened very quickly. Previously, Department of Administration who handles these types of things, particularly on the Capitol campus, we prohibited weapons really of any kind up to this point, and it was concealed, open carry, those kinds of things. So this has been a change, I think, for all of us. So I have that caveat. I'm happy to answer any questions, but I'll be the first to admit I am not an expert. What I thought I would do is go through the bill just a little bit. I don't for sure want to bore people, but I just want to point out a few things. And then what I'll do is go through the current policy that the department has in response to this House Bill 102. So if we look at section 2 there of the bill, and it is a 15 section bill, and when you see, just from a legal perspective, when you see section 1, section 2, section 3 like that, those are all new sections of the law. And when we get down a little bit later, when I prompt the person, you can see how the current law has been amended. So this new section is a new section, as is section 2 and section 3. They're all new sections as a part of this law. And you can see the legislative intent there. And the reason why I'm going to highlight that is because this section animates the rest of the bill and explains, I think, in a concise way where the legislature is coming from. So you can see it is the legislature's intent to reduce or remove provisions of law that limit or prohibit citizens' ability to defend themselves by restricting with prior restraint the right to keep or bear arms that the people have reserved to themselves in the Constitution, and to further establish the right to defend yourself and your life or property, and that those things are a fundamental right. So that, as I say, that's the guiding principle. And the second point I want to make is a large part of this bill, and if we could just kind of scroll up a little bit there. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, or down, maybe down. I get them. Yeah, keep going. Thank you. You can see there. Yeah, that's good. A large part of this is affects the Montana university system. That was one of the things that was on the minds of the legislature. And there was an article in the paper today regarding how the university system is attempting to address this issue. And the parts that apply to state agencies are in effect now. The parts that apply to the university system go into effect June 1st here, 2021. So a few months away. So that's why the university system is currently, getting comments from people, looking at other states, trying to figure out what to do. So yes, if we could continue to scroll there into section 4. You can see there where it talks about concealed weapon carry. And I just want to emphasize a few things there. Valid permit issued pursuant to 45.8.321. And what that is the Montana law that allows sheriffs to issue concealed weapons permits. And in that statute, person has to fill out an application, and then there's a check done and that kind of thing. And the sheriff then can decide whether to issue a permit. The second part, recognized pursuant to 45.8.329, that part of the statute is a permit from another state. And if you meet certain criteria under that statute, you're allowed to conceal carry in this state. So the important thing about this section is, as it says, a person with a current and valid permit issued under those sections may not be prohibited or restricted from exercising that permit anywhere in the state except. And so you can see some things that you might think are common sense, prisons, those kinds of things, hospitals, DPHHS runs, detention centers. I'm just going down the list here. United States property, of course, the state can't dictate to the United States what to do. Number 6 there, private property. Why that is an issue for the state is the state leases space in a number of spots in Helena and around the state. So I don't have the full answer of how we are going to deal with our lessors or the landlords, but that is an issue that we are going to have to address with them, because this gives the state as a lessee the ability to prohibit firearms on leased property, or the owner of the property, the landlord. But anyway, there is that exception. Then you see courtrooms, courthouses, that kind of thing, and a school building as determined by the school board. So that part really triggers the responsibility for the Department of Administration, who issues policies, to come up with a policy to address this. And In fact, we have done that. There's a current policy that is in effect now. And I'm going to go over that at the end of the analysis on the statute. But we do have a current policy in place. I think we're recognizing that the policy will likely change over time because people are going to have questions that we didn't think about in this policy, and perhaps need to be addressed in an amended policy. So what we felt was important given the time frame, and that is the immediate effect of this statute, we had to get something out for management and employees so they could understand a little bit where we're coming from. But we recognize there's going to have to be probably some changes and flexibility here on that. So if you could continue to scroll, please. Let's see. Yeah, section 6 there. You can see that is mainly addresses the Board of Regents and the university system. So there are specific provisions in there where the board has the ability, as you can see in subsection 2, to prohibit or regulate the following. And there's a number of things there. I'm not going to go over them. My only point in mentioning section 6 is, as I said at the beginning, a large part of this addresses the university system and not state agencies like D of A or Department of Administration or DPHHS or you folks, those kinds of things. So there's a lot, excuse me, in here that the university system has to address. Maybe if you could go to section 10, please. Yeah, I point out this one, and you can see that with the underlining and then the interlining there, that there were some changes made. And I'll just go over those briefly. You can see right at the top there, except for a person issued a permit under those sections. And again, one of them is the state law regarding sheriffs issuing permits. The other one is the person getting a permit from outside the state, another state. So except if you have those permit, a person commits the offense of carrying a concealed weapon in a prohibited place if the person knowingly or purposefully carries a weapon. So you'll see there are portions of a building used for state or local government offices and related areas in the building that have been restricted. So what that means is a person cannot carry a concealed weapon if they don't have a valid and current permit. So our policy, when you look at it, says it is still the law that in state buildings, you cannot carry a concealed weapon unless you have this valid and current permit. And our policy talks about that. So in a nutshell, what the policy allows is concealed weapon carry with a valid and current permit, but not if you don't have that permit. If you look at the other strikeouts, you will see there that a person can go to a bank, credit union, those kinds of things, and you can see those things, or a bar. I'll just see there that was scratched out or interlined. A bar where alcoholic beverages are sold. The person may carry a concealed weapon without a permit. But that doesn't affect state agencies. The legislature left in that part about portions of buildings. You can see that. So I just wanted to go over that just so you understand those changes. If you could then please scroll to the very end, I'll just highlight a couple of things. Yeah, let's see. I'll tell you, yeah, keep going up, please. Keep going. There you go. There you go. If you see the effective dates, and I point out section 15, this is always at the end, except as provided in subsection 2, this act is effective on passage and approval. What that means is all the other, most of the parts of this law applied as soon as the governor signed the bill. So that's why we had to get this policy out fairly quickly. Section 6 is the section that deals with the university system. And recall I mentioned that the university system is working on their policies and they have until June 1st, 2021 to do that, because that's when the law affecting the university system goes into effect. So I just wanted to point that out to you. That's what those effective dates mean there. That is the statute. Let me just briefly explain, because I know you got a busy agenda here. Our policy, our current policy, and again, it is online. I'm happy to provide it to Jenny if she wants to share it with you. But basically what our policy does is 3 or 4 things. It does, of course, allow concealed carry, but it also says that the state of Montana is not going to be responsible for, a negligent act or omission of an employee who carries a concealed firearm. You can, well imagine different situations where, something could happen and a person uses that weapon, and we want to make clear that it's not the state or taxpayers' responsibility, to handle those kinds of things. That's the first point I want to make. The second point is the policy puts quite a bit of responsibility on the individual. In other words, the individual has to know the law regarding concealed carry. One practical item is concealed carry is wholly or partially covering the weapon with clothing. So a person cannot brandish the weapon, or lean back in such a way at a meeting that they pull their coat back and they want to make a firm point and they're showing everybody at the meeting that they have this weapon. That is not acceptable. They cannot do that. In addition, the person who's carrying the concealed weapon cannot carry it or have it at their workstation, in their purse, in a filing cabinet, and those kinds of things. They have to have it on their person at all times, and that includes if you're using it work-related travel. We put the burden on the employee to know if, for example, they're traveling to a private sector business. The employee needs to know whether that private sector business allows concealed carry weapon or not. This bill does not affect private sector. Private sector can do what they want regarding weapons. They can restrict them, in this case, concealed weapons, that kind of thing. So the employee who chooses to exercise this right needs to know when they're going to a private business or a leased building whether or not concealed carry is allowed. So we point that out. We also point out that if you're traveling out of state, you need to know the laws there. We don't identify the laws for people. Of course, there are probably 50 different laws in the 50 states, but we just make people aware in the policy it's on you, employee, to know those specific things. There are prohibited acts in the policy, and management has the ability to prohibit the carry of a concealed firearm where the nature of the employee's job poses an increased risk of accidental discharge. And we provided some examples in the policy. They are not exclusive, but like operating machinery, those kinds of things. If you're moving your body around and you're working and those kinds of things, management has the ability to tell the employee, no, you're not going to be allowed to carry your concealed weapon, even if you have a valid and current permit. So that's what we've done in the current policy that is out there. As I say, we know we're going to have to be flexible here because we don't know all the answers. We will get comments from people, I'm sure, and questions as this evolves, and we're going to be flexible and try to adapt our policy. Ultimately, of course, it's the governor's office call and what they want to do. That's what we work for. But I just want to emphasize that this is evolving and we might have to change some things as reality dictates. So that's my presentation for today, Jenny and Mr. Commissioner and commissioners, and hopefully I didn't take too long.
Oh, Mr. Mannion, thank you very much. That's interesting. I know that several commissioners have questions. Connie?
Hi, thank you for my questions, and I'm sorry I interrupted earlier. I was just like, one point didn't make sense to me, and I thought maybe I could clarify. And the purpose, what is meant by in areas where only criminals have guns? I think it was section 1 or something. And you said the purpose of this legislation was 3 different points. One was to protect yourself in situations where only criminals have guns, I think.
Well, I didn't, Mr. Commissioner and Commissioner, I kind of emphasized section 2, but if we go to section 1 there, maybe I can answer your question if you could scroll a little bit. Yeah, this quite often in bills, the legislature will not only express their legislative intent, but they'll try to make clear what the purpose of this is. And
wasn't this part, so I don't.
What was it in part section 1, Commissioner? Is that?
It may have been, yes. Well, it wasn't the list here. There was another list that had 3 things under one subheading, and you focused on the second one, and I was curious about the first one.
Oh, is that section 1 you're focusing on, or is there a different one? Sorry.
Sorry, I didn't write it down. Maybe it's neither here nor there. If I can look at it and go back. So you had 3 things, and you focused on the second one, which was to protect yourself. And I saw there that the first one said, in cases where only criminals.
Yeah, that's if please, if the person could go to section 1 right at the top, I can explain that. But yeah, so if you look at the purpose, as I was saying, sometimes the legislature does that. The purpose of all the sections, that pretty much is the guts of the bill, is to enhance the safety of people by expanding their legal ability to provide for their own defense by reducing or eliminating government mandated places where only criminals are armed and where citizens are prevented from exercising their fundamental right to defend themselves and others. So that rings a bell? Okay.
Yeah, so well, what is meant where only criminals are?
Yes, well, let me give you an example. So as I said previously, Mr. Commissioner and then Commissioner there, on this state campus in Helena, we had, and the government had a policy that you cannot carry a weapon on this campus. And there were little stickers on all the doors that said, you cannot carry a weapon. And we cited, I think, a statute in the policy. So concealed weapon, even if you had a permit, you couldn't carry it on this campus. The legislature believes that because us employees could not carry concealed weapons under the old policy, that thereby that means that only criminals are going to have the weapons, right? Because Mike Mannion cannot carry a concealed weapon, even if I have a permit to defend myself and other employees. The only people who are going to be coming into these buildings are, nefarious people who have a bad intent, and they're going to be the ones who have the weapons, and I can't do anything to protect myself and others. So that's, I believe, what the legislature meant by reducing or eliminating government mandated places where only criminals are armed, because now employees can carry concealed weapons, and if a bad person comes in, the Mike Mannions of the world could, defend himself or herself against this person. So I, as a lawful citizen, will have a weapon to protect against this criminal. That's what they mean.
Got it. I have one more question. Do you mind if I ask again, Bruce, or should I wait?
Please go ahead.
Okay, so I work in a public library for a county, and are we considered a sub-governmental unit? So the portion that says state and local government offices can prohibit these, the carry.
Which part is that, Commissioner?
So I'm so sorry. I'm terrible at this. I didn't write.
Oh, that's all right.
I'm asking.
I think it might be if you go to
the carry of concealed weapons
without a permit. Is that what you mean?
Permit in
Yes.
state and local government.
So that would be section 10. Let's try section 10. I'm doing this off memory, so if I come it up.
Well, yeah, I'm just testing your knowledge here.
Yes. Okay. Section 10 Well, that's good. I'm getting old and sometimes my mind isn't
Well,
as
you
good
can
as.
thank me later.
Yeah. So section 10 here, if this is what you mean, Mr. Commissioner, then Commissioner, except for a person issued a permit, that's the valid permit. A person commits the offense of those kinds of things if they knowingly carry the weapon in portions of a building used for state or local government offices and related areas in the building. Is that what you mean?
That's what I mean. So I think the library is considered a sub-governmental unit, or it might be.
I mean, your local library is attached. Yeah, I mean, it's a city or county building, right? Or
Ours is owned. Our county doesn't own any of our library buildings, but they are library, or excuse me, county services that are housed in buildings that are leased.
okay. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to punt this. What I would do, I don't know, where are you, Commissioner? Where are you located?
Kalispell.
Yeah, I would contact your city attorney and ask, because typically what local government offices means are political subdivisions, and that's just a fancy phrase meaning cities, towns, counties, school districts, those kinds of things. So the reason why I asked you that, Commissioner, is that question was because I didn't know if you were a part of the county or city. If you're a part of the county city, then it's an easy answer. Your local entity could control, like we're going to control, we being the state, we're going to not allow people with who don't have permits, valid and current permits, to carry a concealed weapon.
Okay, so the county could control that.
The county in the case, or I don't know who are all
We have an
commissioners here, but if there's a city, they could do something. Yeah.
We have an autonomous board, statutory.
Yeah, so
could
I
that
would,
do that?
yeah, I would call your city attorney just to see what that person thought, because I'll be honest, I don't know the answer to that question, given your relationship.
Thank you.
Yep.
Do other commissioners have questions for Mr. Mannion?
I have a clarifying question related to Connie's question. It appears to me that this section of the code allows people who are permitted to bring weapons into state and local government offices. And it appears to me that someone or a board could not prevent someone who is permitted from bringing a weapon into one of these locations.
That's correct. That's the major change in the law. You recall in section 4, except for those specific buildings, you know, the United States buildings, those kinds of things, private property, those kinds of things, concealed carry with a valid and current permit is allowed in, I'll just, for the state, any state building. That's the sea change here. And that's why we came up with the policy, to try to put some sideboards around it, but still honor the Second Amendment and the legislature's intent.
Kenning.
Thanks, Bruce. Mike, thank you for taking us through this. I have two questions. Can we go to section 6, please? So in this section that focuses on the university system, there are some important points here, and I'm just wondering if they apply more broadly or if this is just for the university system. I mean, the law does say that even though people can carry a firearm, they cannot remove it. They cannot even remove it from the holster, and they certainly can't discharge it either unless it's done in self-defense. So is this speaking only to the university system, or does it apply more broadly?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, this applies just to the university system. But what I would say is the nature of a concealed carry is you have to keep it concealed and remain in that person's control. So, for example, recall in our policy, I said, you know, you can't leave it out in your desk. You cannot put it in a purse. You cannot have it in a file cabinet. you have to keep it in your person, on your person. So implicitly, I will say, and a state employee could not, unless in self-defense or something, could not pull out their concealed firearm and wave it around or brandish it. So while this applies to the MUS, Montana University System, our policy says you got to keep it on your person, and in effect, you can't be wielding it around in the office. Hopefully that helps.
Okay, and then for my second question, can we go to section 8, please? So section 8 basically says, talks about openly carrying weapons. So I'm wondering why there's been such a focus on concealed carry, when basically what this law says is that anybody with a permit can carry a weapon, whether it's concealed or not.
Yes, and that's a very good question. And you've hit on one of the things that we are trying to address. Here's how I can answer it in a succinct way. Our current policy says a state employee is prohibited from carrying a concealed firearm without a valid permit. Okay, we've all talked about that. Or open carrying a firearm in state-owned or leased buildings. So currently our policy says if you're an employee or if you're a member of the public, you cannot open carry a weapon. And there's actually another part of the law, not in here, that gives political subdivisions some ability to regulate open carry, but that part of the law is being considered by the legislature right now. It might change, it might not. So what I would say now, in short, our policy prohibits open carry. That could change down the road, but that's a very good point, and that's the state's position right now on open carry.
So last summer, in the wake of of George Floyd's death, and there were protests here in Bozeman, and I'm sure in other places, there were members of militia or self-styled militia that showed up that were openly carrying weapons.
Yeah.
Was that illegal at that point?
It depends. Well, it depends where they were located, and I'll give you an example. The state here in front of the Capitol had similar protests and people gathering, and they had open carry. What we as D of A told those folks is you cannot come on the campus with an open carry, but you can go on the boulevard and the sidewalk because the state does not control that area. That's a city property. And so, that's what we said. And for the most part, people were very cooperative. They stayed on the sidewalk or on the grass boulevard, and they did not come on state property. That's how we handled it.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Mike, I have a quick question. You've talked a little bit about firearm unattended at a workstation. Does that extend to leaving it in a vehicle in a state parking lot?
That's something, Evan, we're working on.
Okay.
I don't have an answer to that.
And I imagine, based on what you just said about open carry, a vehicle parked on the street would not be an issue.
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
So typically in any state, Montana included, there are 4 types of libraries. There are academic libraries, universities, colleges. There are public libraries defined by statute. There are special libraries, like the state library or the law library or the library of, let's say, the USGS, and there are school libraries. So my understanding that 102, what House Bill 102 does is says that concealed carry is now possible, after June 1, is all possible in any of those 4 types, save school libraries, if a school district prohibits them. Is that correct?
If I'm understanding your question, Mr. Chairman, no. June 1st date is the trigger date for the university system. Okay.
That's correct. So between now and then, old rules apply to universities. At June
Yes.
1, the rules change.
Yes, that's correct.
And I thought I understood that correctly, but now after this discussion, I'm a little bit fuzzier. So it's also true that that same statement is probably true with open carry. Is that true?
Yeah, and that's a fair question, and I don't know the answer to that, how the university system has handled open carry. I don't know the answer to that question. I can only say how the state government has handled open carry.
So just one more question, and then I'll let you go, at least with my questions. And I really do appreciate your being here.
Yep.
And I understand that you're thinking on your feet and that it's complex. But if a public library, as defined by statute, wanted to prohibit either open carry or concealed carry by people without a permit in their library, in their buildings or on their grounds, is in the face of 102, is there any course forward for them to pursue that?
Yes, I can definitely say, if we go to section 10 again, please. Oh yeah, right there. So again, that caveat, except for a person issued a permit pursuant to blah, 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 those sections, a person commits the offense, portions of a building used for a state or local government offices and related areas. So local government offices, I'm going to interpret your term, Mr. Chairman. A public library is like associated with the city or county. That local government could decide, well, under here, a concealed carry without a permit can be restricted. Yes.
So it says can be restricted. It doesn't say who can restrict it.
It says portions of a building, yeah, used for state or local government offices and related areas in the building that have been restricted. So let me give you an example. On the state campus, we have said all buildings that the state owns, you cannot carry a concealed weapon if you don't have a permit now. So we, the government, through Department of Administration, have decided with the governor's approval, government officer's approval, that you cannot carry a concealed weapon without a permit. So that's our stance now. And if your local government wanted to do that, they could do that.
So it would be local government. It would not be a public library commission.
Okay, and I'm going to punt that because I don't know your relationship with the commission and their power. But if the local government, if it's a city or county and they have ultimate control, I would say it's that local government. But I don't know how those interact, so I don't want to mislead anybody. I don't know the exact answer to that question.
Then that makes two of us, sir.
I want to ask another clarifying question, because Mike keeps reiterating the language that allows for permitted carry. So to be clear, I think that a local government, including possibly a library board, could enact policies that govern how people carry concealed weapons. Like, for example, a library patron would have to keep the gun on their person in a bag, concealed in some way. But a local library board or a local government could not restrict people from carrying concealed weapons outside of those restrictions that exist in law.
Yes. Yeah, so for example, a local government, I suppose, could come up with a policy similar to ours that says you can't put the gun on the library desk while you're reading. You can't leave it on a shelf, you can't brandish it, that kind of thing. We've done that in our policy. You have to keep it on your person and that kind of thing. So yes, local governments could come up with these policies, even with for concealed weapons with a
Mhm.
valid and current permit.
Mhm. And in other words, they could not adopt a policy that prohibited permitted concealed carry.
Correct, correct. Except if you go to those except, let me,
Those
if you go to those exceptions, and I see which one is it, section, might be 3 or 4. Go to 4, please. 4, yeah, there, of course, United States, those types of buildings, private property. If you go up one more, I think somebody asked about number 7 in parens or 8. Yeah, if you look at 8, in a school building as determined by a school board. So local school board could determine, no, we're not going to have any types of weapons there. Even we could even prohibit concealed weapons for someone who has a current and valid permit. That's a carve out for school buildings who are governed by a school board.
So Kara, I'd like to get to your question about tribal, but just if I could ask a question pursuant to our current conversation. So a public library board could put together some regulations that prohibited people from lying their pistol on a desk. But it's very possible that that could be reviewed and superseded by the municipality or the county that was basically that they reported to. Is that correct?
I'm not going to, Mr. Chairman, I don't answer that. I can't answer that question. What I would do maybe is ask, I don't know, is like if the city attorneys have a group of people, like an association, I would ask them respectfully, Mr. Chairman, because I really don't know the answer to that question. I apologize.
Okay, well, again, it's you and me both who are mystified by it.
Yeah.
And I think Tracy and I would both say a local library board would have the authority to put together those kinds of policies for conduct within their building, as long as that policy is within the scope of the law.
Okay.
So it may be at some point that the state library might want to work with attorneys and draft some sort of sample regulations to that point. That might be a stellar thing. Kara had some good questions about, I believe, following the chat, about tribal libraries. Do you want to chime in, Kara?
Yes, well, I was initially thinking of tribal libraries as in the officially recognized tribal libraries that we serve, but then I was also thinking about the public libraries that exist on tribal land or reservation land, such as Ronan, for example. Would those libraries, would the tribal law prevail over state law or vice versa in this case, if the tribe were to pass a law that would be contrary to this law?
Mr. Chairman, and I don't know who asked that question. Somebody flashed up a note there that talked about sovereignty, of course. Tribes are sovereign nations. And, but in short, I don't know the answer to that question. I could look into it for you, but boy, that's a tricky area that I'm not an expert in regarding tribal authority and those kinds of things. So I could check for Jenny on that, but right off the top of my head, I don't know the answer to that question.
Well, when I asked Jenny to ask you or someone who knew what they're talking about, which I believe you do, obviously, to come and kind of brief us, I had been thinking that we'd be able to sort of clarify some of these points, and you've done a great job with that. But you've also, and I think this is even a nobler accomplishment, you've kind of illuminated where there are still questions. And I guess I would request, Jenny, that staff pursues this appropriately and brings back to the commission possibly model regulations or kind of a table and a checklist, something that can be used by libraries around the state of all types, including tribal libraries, that kind of describes what the effect of this stuff is. And Mr. Mannion, I really honestly appreciate the patience you've had and the care that you've gone through to kind of pull this thing apart.
Well, you're very welcome.
This is
I
tough
apologize
stuff.
for not knowing all the answers, but I have to be. So,
no, that's not a requirement. You just know so much more than we do, and this has been really very, very helpful.
Yeah,
Before,
you're welcome.
Before we move on, are there any? I don't want to cut off any final questions. Are there any final questions from commissioners or staff in regards to this?
Mike, I know we've had a couple of questions about implementation of the policy itself, like for example, what management's role is in checking for concealed permits and how we would go about verifying that an employee who may be bringing a weapon does in fact have a concealed permit. I didn't see that addressed in the policy initially. I don't know if there have been revisions to the policy.
There are, I can tell you, revisions being worked on. That will likely address your question. I can't tell you, Jenny, exactly when they're going to be coming out, but yes, that's a question that has arisen as a part of this evolutionary process, and I think I can tell you that that type of thing is going to be addressed.
Great.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Well, thank you again, Mr. Mannion, very, very much.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it.
And again, I apologize for not being able to answer all the questions. Sorry.
No, not
Okay.
a requirement.
Okay. Is
Thank
it,
you.
Mr. Chairman, is it okay if I excuse myself?
You're very welcome, and do thank you again. I hope sometime soon I can shake your hand and thank you.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, folks.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, Mike.
Appreciate it. Yeah, you bet.
Well, that is super. You know, when you're crossing a stream, it's always embarrassing to discover halfway across that it's over your head. I think that if nothing else, what we've discovered is that this is more complicated than it looked at first glance, and I look forward to us pursuing understanding.
You know, I just want to say that this has, of course, been a significant topic of conversation, especially within the Library Association Government Affairs Committee. And Tracy has already been working with MACO to understand what kinds of guidance MACO is giving to local governments, for example. It has raised a lot of questions and concerns. I think it's also important for us to keep in mind that we don't all view these issues through the same lens. And you know, there were groups that have asked the Montana Library Association, for example, to pass a resolution expressing concern or a desire for weapons-free spaces for libraries, and MLA declined to pursue that course of action because there isn't consensus within the library community. You know, I think our role is to help us as a state agency and other types of libraries understand what their legal obligations and responsibilities are. To your point, Bruce, making sure that library boards feel comfortable in making those kinds of decisions, and to the extent possible, ensuring that that they are wielding the responsibility that is in statute to meet the best needs of their local libraries.
Right, to understand the scope of their actions, the possible scope of their actions.
Exactly.
I think that that's important. And I this is a difficult item on the agenda for me because I have strong feelings about this. But you know, Mike was great and really helped kind of outline that stuff. And I really appreciate that. And I look forward to learning more about this subsequently and further. And good luck to you guys. Well, this should be a lot easier in many ways. Art donation from a talking book librarian. Can you talk about this, please? There'll be an action associated with this agenda item.
Good. So you'll recall that we talked about this art donation at your March 3rd meeting, and commissioners had suggested guidance to clarify the terms of the donation to ensure that the donation puts in permanent hands the work of art that's given to the state library, and that the donor has no further restrictions or requirements of the state library from the time of the donation. And so Bruce and I worked on a deed of gift that clearly specifies that from the time of donation, the donor is transferring all legal ownership of the artwork to the state library, and that we are under no further obligation to him to meet any kind of further demands. The other question that was raised at your March 3rd meeting was just about insurance and what accepting an art donation of some value might do to our insurance. The value of the painting is valued to be between $55,000 and $70,000. And Genevieve looked into insurance questions and determined that that would increase our insurance liability by between $15 and $20 a year. So no substantial increase to insurance. So with those 2 points clarified for the commission, I hope now that the commission is comfortable accepting this donation from Mr. Van, a Talking Book Library patron.
Are there any questions from commissioners to Jenny in regards to this donation? Kenny.
I have a question. So Jenny, I noticed that written into the memo is the phrase that the painting will be made available either in the state library or within the Capitol complex. Does the donor, Mr. Van, is he aware of the conversation that you might not be occupying the state library building much longer?
He is not, no.
But I assume that if the state library were in another building on that would be the state library building, and so that would satisfy the letter and intent of this understanding. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're covered legally. I'm just, from a donor perspective, I don't know whether that might be important information for him to know.
Any other questions? Kenny, I'm just trying to decide whether that's, do you believe that's worth postponing discussion for, or are you ready to?
No, I was going to say, having said that, I will move that
Perfect,
we
thank you.
accept this art donation.
Second the motion.
It's been moved and seconded, moved by Kenning, seconded by Ken. Any other discussion? All those in favor of accepting this donation of artwork, original artwork from George Van, please say aye.
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 Opposed, please say nay. Any abstentions? The motion passes. Thank you very much. Just sort of a quick timeout. Let's see, it is the time on the clubhouse wall is what? It's 10, almost 11. Would people like a break sometime soon? Could
yes.
Why don't we take just a short 5-minute break, if we may, and get together again at 11 o'clock, and we'll move on to the Montana Land Grant information. I'm sorry, Aaron's bit, MLIAC grant awards. So see you at 11 o'clock.
Thank you.
Aaron, are you with us? Let's see. So I see Ken is there, and Dalton, you're there, and Jamie, you're there. Okay, it looks like we're back in gear here. Aaron, this is an action item. What is it that you are seeking in terms of action?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Basically the approval of the MLA grant awards as is. So as a reminder, the council subcommittee annually.
That's okay. Hold,
Okay.
hold just a sec. We'll get you. We'll call back to order, and then you can take off. I'm just making sure that I understood what's going on here. Perfect. Okay, let's go. Let's call the meeting back to order, and we'll begin with Erin. And sorry to cut you off, but take her away.
Okay, thank you. Genevieve, will you please click on that link? Thank you. Okay, there you go. Thank you. So we've had another round of grants. So these are for the Montana Land Information Act grant program, and this is state fiscal year 2022 that begins this July 1 and goes through 1 year. So it's an annual grant program. And the council had voted at their April 6th meeting last week to approve to endorse the following recommendation for funding the MLA 2022 grants. Just kind of to kind of go over the process. The subcommittee vets the grants. There is a subcommittee of the council that annually reviews and sets the I guess the rules of the program with the Montana State Library staff, myself, and a couple others. And so they've reviewed these. They've endorsed the prioritization, and then it went through the council, and they voted on this last week. So we are bringing it to the commission for final approval of the funding. So the allocated funds that were set forth in the land information plan this past December was a total of $250,000. The prioritization of the funds and the request is currently is $170,000, and so there's a remaining balance. We do have another. Are you going to pull that up? Thank you. We do have a. No, that's not it. Another memo outlining those funds up at the top. There you go. And Jenny, I guess I would lean on you. Do we want to have 2 action items or 1 separate action item for each? 1 total or 2 separate? What was the intention?
I don't know that it necessarily matters unless
Okay.
commissioners have concern with either of the recommendations.
So if you'll, so then with the remaining funds, we've put forth a proposal to the council, and again, they did approve it at the April 6th meeting to create an MLA off-cycle grant for the sole purposes of collecting new survey control for the PLSS. This is a very high priority for staff, and it aligns with the FY 2022 grant priorities in our land information plan. We have a very high level proposed process of what that will look like. And we're currently exploring more on what tools we'll be using and timelines and whatnot with the subcommittee and John Kilgauer and myself. And then the remaining funds, we're just not quite sure if the full 79 would be requested, but the remaining funds, we would propose to create a training program through this off-cycle grant process that would basically, we'd create a training plan for our data partners, and that would include local, state, tribal government professionals and university, excuse me. And this would be on the MSDI data best practices, data development, and grant writing and project management. So essentially training existing data partners and then training future data partners and future grantees. That's kind of it's a lot to try to accomplish, but I think we'll take the priorities of what's needed after we go through the process of doing a needs assessment with our data partners and our existing applicants and future potential applicants, and then implement that plan sometime over the next year. It really depends on what funding is left and what that program could look like. But we do have contracts existing with Esri, and we have folks internally that can help us with this, and other resources we have available for grant writing and project management that we've dealt with in the past. So if you want to go back to that first memo, please, Genevieve, thank you. And then scroll to that next. Thank you. So these there were a total of 9 applicants, not as much as we've seen in the past, and I really think that that the pandemic just really has put a stressor on local government, and a lot of the folks that could be filling out grants, you know, are focusing on other things right now, and so and then the inability to get out and kind of go tell it on the mountain when it comes to the grant program at our normal events like MACO and League of Cities and Towns, and then just our normal interactions at other GIS conferences. And so we think that this is definitely just a temporary thing, and we feel in the future that we'll be back up to having the full request asked moving forward. So I hope I laid that out. Please let me know. It's kind of a 2-prong approach. We would like to approve these funds, and then also approve the remaining funds for that split program between training and collecting new control for PLSS.
Thank you very much, Erin. Are there any questions for Erin or discussion? I guess the one thing I would do is call commissioners' attention to the 9th line on this table that Genevieve is displaying, showing that one request from a particular state agency was not approved because it didn't meet the purpose of the act or of the process. Otherwise, we have 8 entities who requested funds that funds are being recommended to. Is there any reason that okay, I see. Nope. Any questions? So it seems to me that what we would need here is a motion that would basically adopt this table, and then further adopt the spending proposal and vetting proposal, which was included in that separate memo. And that memo was dated, just for purposes of our discussion. Let me.
You asked first for questions, and then you kind of went right on to the.
Oh, I apologize, Kenny.
Yeah.
I was.
Okay.
Yeah. So I was just wondering if you or Erin could say anything more about that 9th unranked item, why it didn't meet the criteria.
Yeah, basically, it was the subcommittee's understanding and opinion that it was a 2-year proposal, basically requesting funds over 2 years, paying for a subscription service. And so the subscription service, it really doesn't meet the not the relevance, the sustainability. So it wasn't creating information. It was purchasing a service. And so that was one of the reasons. And then we just really can't prepay for services. And so that was one of the other reasons. And so that was why they chose not to rank it and not to recommend it.
Got it. Thank you. That's very helpful.
Are there any other commissioners with questions? I can't see all of you, so speak up.
This is Ken. generally try to recuse myself from MLIA discussions, and I'm going to abstain from the vote. But I want to make a point about the subscription comment just briefly, because I think it's a growing movement in the GIS world, and not to kind of zero out or not to focus in on any given vendor in particular, but the biggest gorilla in the room and in the country and in the world is Esri, of course. And when ArcMap is deprecated in 2026, there's probably pretty good chances that subscription model may be the only option. So that's something we may want to consider in the future in terms of a policy. I completely agree with what the MLIA Council has recommended for this current, but it is something to put on the agenda for future discussions, because the world seems to be moving towards software subscriptions versus perpetual licenses. So, sidebar comment.
Thank you very much. Any other questions or comments from commissioners or staff or attendees?
I just want to commend Aaron and the council for their recommendations with regard to the off-cycle grant recommendations. I want to remind you also that with the passage of House Bill 49, assuming the governor signs it, that will appropriate more monies in FY22. And so we currently have a work session of the council scheduled for May 12th to go back and revise the land information plan for FY22 to take into account a new appropriation of funds. And we've talked for a long time about how we can use the grant program to target the kinds of priorities that are being targeted through this off-cycle grant recommendation. And I look forward to continuing those conversations with the council. I think this funding is going to create a great opportunity for us to address some of these kinds of long-standing needs. And I think this kind of recommendation puts us in a really good position to start to enact those kinds of recommendations.
Thank you very much.
So Bruce, I will make a motion to approve the $170,000 in grants and MLIAC grants as outlined.
Thank you. Do I hear a second?
Bruce, I'll second. This is Elsie.
Elsie, thank you very much. Kenning, just to
I don't know if I remember what was.
for clarity, does your motion include then the second year off cycle granting as
it did not. I thought we would do that in two motions. Do you want to do it in one motion?
It's your motion. That's great. That's great.
Let's just do it in two.
Okay, moved and forwarded. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion as per Ken's description, please say aye.
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 Those opposed, nay. And abstain?
Yes, abstain.
So note that passed with one abstention. And Kenning, do you want to continue this with a follow-up motion?
Sure. I will move that the remaining funds, $79,859, be approved for the two programs that are outlined in the memo. Boy, I'm having trouble speaking today.
It's one of those days. Thank you very much, Kenning. Do I hear a second for that, please?
I'll second again. This is Elsie.
Yeah, thank you, Elsie. And is there any discussion regarding the second motion? Hearing no request for discussion, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those opposed, please say nay. Abstentions?
This is Ken. I'd like to abstain on that one as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. So both motions pass. Thank you very much, Aaron, and thank you for the good work you guys did with this and the selection process. And I agree with you. I think that coming soon, we're going to have we're going to have a lot of requests, more than the 8 that we see here, or 9 that we see here. The next
Thank you, Bruce. Can I also thank John Kilgour for his help on the grant program? We also implemented a new tool this year, Amplifund. So we're in the process. We have we have the FY 2021 grantees in the system, and now we have gone through the application process through FY 2022. And so the tool has been very helpful, and maybe someday in the future, we can give you guys a little tour of the tool that we're utilizing, but it'll be able to pull out analytics on the program that'll really make it a more sustainable program to administrate over time. So I'd like to thank him as well.
Super, super. Slowly but slowly, we get smarter and smarter. Great. Well, the next item on our agenda is the Excellent Library Services Award Resolution, and it's an action item. And Tracy, would you care to lead?
Yes, thank you. So it is the time of year when libraries are eligible to apply for the Excellent Library Services Award, and we generally give those out at the Montana Library Association Conference. We knew that it would be virtual this year, and given how difficult last year was, we wanted to do something a little different. So we created this resolution for the Commission to consider adopting. And if you do choose to adopt it, we'll ask Bruce to read it at the award ceremony that's happening Friday evening, online, of course. This criteria uses the public library standards. This will be the last time that we do that, as you know, since you adopted the new criteria that will go into effect next year. And we are going to send certificates to each of these libraries because we truly wanted to recognize how much they did go above and beyond. It's challenging for libraries any year, but I would say in the year of COVID, it was definitely quite a heavy lift to meet these criteria. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions for Tracy? Hearing none, is there a motion to adopt this resolution?
I'll make the motion. This is Ken.
Ken, thank you. Do I hear a second?
I'll second. This is Connie.
Hey, Connie, thank you very much. So moved by Ken, seconded by Connie. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adopting the resolution, the ELSA resolution, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Any abstentions? It passes. Well, indeed, this is great stuff, and I will be there on Friday night to read this, and I just added that to my calendar to make sure that I'm actually there. That would be
Thank
good.
you.
That would be good, don't you think?
It would be very good.
Okay, so the next item on our agenda is to report back from the meeting that we had with staff and with Dalton and Connie, I think late last week, putting together a slate of new Network Advisory Council members, and say a couple things about this. The Commission's being asked to either accept this in this slate or not, and if you choose to accept it, these will be our NAC members. They've all accepted if nominated, and if you don't, we'll go back out for a second shot. We had a little bit better than twice this number of applicants. You could have put the applicant's name in a jar and shaken out 9 members and got a great list. We worked for a little bit of balance with this, and a little bit of geographic balance, but also sort of we looked to make a NAC that was as sort of balanced and as strong as possible in terms of sort of leading the way towards a future where recommendations to the Commission from the NAC will do away with siloed kind of services and content, and move us towards sort of continuing to accelerate towards a more sort of progressive library services with the Montana Library Network. This concept, whereas every library has the content and services necessary to meet the needs of sufficiently meet the needs of every Montanan. So that's the plan. It was a great conversation. I'd again like to thank both Dalton and Connie for their good work, and for everyone for a really good process. It reminded me again that we are indeed very fortunate to live and work in Montana, in Montana libraries. So the action item part of this would be, again, to either accept or reject the slate. And I'd invite a motion to that effect, but also discussion.
So, Mr. Chair, Superintendent Arntzen,
yes.
I would like just a clarification. The slate of candidates are the 1, the 2, and the 3-year as well?
That's correct.
So I'd like to make a motion to accept the 1, the 2, and the 3-year, the individuals that are here to be serving for this appointment.
Thank you very much, Superintendent Arntzen. That's great. Do I hear a second?
Second that. This is good.
Ken, thank you very much. Any further discussion? Just a point of clarification, Jenny. So upon the action of the committee, this becomes official, and the next time the NAC would get together, it would be with this group of people. Is that correct?
Exactly. What we're planning is that this NAC becomes the NAC body officially, but we'd like to plan for a transition meeting at the May 5th NAC meeting, where outgoing NAC members have the opportunity to meet with this incoming NAC.
Great. Perfect. Perfect. Hearing no
question.
Yes,
so I'm not familiar with the previous composition of the NAC, but is it typically heavily weighted toward the public libraries? So I see there are only 2 academic library representatives.
The current model is very representative. We have about 20, little over 20 members, and they represent all types and sizes of all types of libraries, all sizes of libraries. The Montana Shared Catalog, Trails, the Federation coordinators have a seat. So it's very much a representative model, as opposed to a select group of library leaders.
You know, the part of the discussion that we had in our subcommittee, but I would repeat to remind commissioners, is the NAC will have working with it a group of core, I forget the phrasing, any help?
Core service committees.
Core service committees, thank you very much. Who some of which will be relatively permanent, some of which will be transitory, to work on a particular problem or opportunity. In that what we see is over time, in many cases, those core service committees, with the people who are volunteering to be on part of that are making a less significant commitment of time. But some of them may enjoy that and be judged to be good to take and sort of, it's not quite promote, but sort of forward to the NAC itself. And perhaps some of them will be interested in joining the commission at a future date. So there's sort of an implied leadership development aspect to this. But what we wanted in the end was not that it's absolutely required that we have a representative group at the core services committee level. so that when working on projects that we hear from everyone's voice and everyone has a chance to contribute. But that when it comes to actually making recommendations, we're looking for a group that can synthesize and ignoring sort of standard sort of divisions, make strategic recommendations to us, to the commission, to help guide our decision making in terms of how we spend money and allocate resources. Did that help, Kenny? Or did I put you to sleep?
No, I'm just thinking about this. Yes, that helped. Thank you. I understand that this is not intended to be a representative model anymore.
That's correct. For better and for worse.
Mm-hmm.
Other questions or comments? May I hear a motion to adopt this slate?
Yeah, or like Commissioner, this is Dalton speaking. I would like to make a motion to adopt the slate.
Thank you very much. Do I hear a second?
I'll second. This is Connie.
Connie, thank you very much. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Any abstentions? Great. Well, thank you very much. And again, thank you, Connie and Dalton and Jenny and staff for your work with this. Thank you, Tracy. And Kara for helping out with this process. Did I leave anyone off that list? I hope not.
And Jennifer Burnell was also involved.
That's right. Thank you. Thank you. And Jennifer was there. That's right. Okay. Next item is, let me just check the time. Okay. Next item is the Public Library Standards Rewrite Update. Tracy.
So I wanted to share with the commission just kind of an update on where we are with the public comment period with the proposed changes to the public library standards. And so I shared with you in the memo just kind of a brief summary. You know, I would say overall, people appreciate the draft that the task force came up in the fall, and they definitely felt like the task force listened to them and made some good changes. They really only had a few changes they wanted to make. So I met with the task force in March and we made those changes, and in your meeting materials is a new draft of the 3 kind of major changes. And I can actually put that URL in the chat here. If you wanted to pull that up, you would be able to kind of see the changes that we made. In essence, they asked for us to delete the one standard that was kind of comparing the library to other departments. They also asked us to reword the one about providing technology for people with disabilities. And then they had a request to add in some kind of standard about sort of the way that libraries serve as community centers and ways for people to learn about their community, connect with one another, volunteer and be engaged. I share these with you because it might come up with your conversations with commissioners, and I wanted to give you a chance to ask me any questions or share any thoughts or comments with me.
Are there any questions or comments regarding this? So once again, I've thanked you, Tracy, for this several times, and I thank you again now. This has been a lot of work, but it really does seem as if there's quite a shine being put on this. It looks good. Can you please remind us of where we are in the process of adopting these?
Yes, so we will continue with public comment at MLA, as well as the 3 remaining Federation meetings, barring any public comment that indicates we should go back to the drawing board. If the public is happy with this particular draft, then I will be coming back to the commission in June to ask you to officially go through the administrative rules process, which would happen over the summer. And then you would be asked to, if you wish to, you would be asked to formally make the changes to administrative rules at your October 2021 meeting. And then the libraries actually would have approximately 18 months to comply. So it's quite a lengthy process.
Exactly, quite a process, but good in that everyone has a fair warning and a chance to incorporate this into their planning, into their services.
Yeah, and it gives staff a chance to follow up on some of the standards that people had questions about. They liked the standard, they just wanted some assistance in training and resources. So it gives us time to develop that.
Any questions for Tracy? Any comments from Tracy or other state library staff? Jenny?
I think they summarized it well, and I'm just really pleased. Like you said, Bruce, I think they're really well-honed standards, and I think the feedback is bearing out. I think the public comment process that we've gone through, while extended because of the pandemic, has really led for a really inclusive process, and I'm really glad for that.
I was talking with a friend of mine yesterday about polishing a canoe, and he was talking about going down to a wet and dry 2400 grit polishing process, followed by 2 buffing compound processes from 3M. And that is exactly what these standards have been like. It's been just sort of endless refinement, but I've been pleased to be part of this process, and I'm pleased that we've spent this time in this effort with these, because they've gotten, I'm thinking, quite workable, and yet they're still encouraging libraries to improve services and to further carry out their mission in their communities. So I'm really pleased. This is good stuff. Mary Craigle works with the Research and Information Services Bureau at the Department of Commerce, and she is here to talk to us about census differential privacy, as the Brits would say. Jenny, I begged you earlier today to tell us why this is important for commissioners to understand, not because I didn't believe it was important, but because this is a little bit complicated stuff. Can you kind of help set this up?
It's not a little bit complicated. It's very, very complicated. And
yeah.
You'll understand our involvement with the census. Really, we've been involved in working to support the 2020 census since probably 2016 or so. And we still are waiting our official count for the state of Montana. Mary told me that's coming at the end of this month, we hope. As you know, in addition to our work through the digital library to support the complete and accurate census count, we've been working with public libraries to support that effort. Where the census really comes into play with the state library from a policy perspective is in our state aid to public libraries, both in that the statute that determines how much state funding is awarded in state aid to public libraries is based on the decennial census, and then the actual amount from that total that each individual library receives is based in part on the service area population that a library serves, which is also determined by the decennial census. And as Mary will describe, there's some concern in how the census plans to apply differential privacy that may be problematic, especially for some of our more rural areas of the state. And Ken wisely asked in December, what does differential privacy mean for state aid? And we sort of went, well, that's a really, really, really good question. So thus we are here today.
Well, thank you very much. Mary, thank you so much for joining us, and thanks for hanging with us through the meeting this far.
You bet. I'm glad to be here.
Let us know what we need to know.
And Jenny, you just did an excellent job discussing the some of the implications. There are so many, it's scary. I would want to add that I don't think this is as controversial as gun safety, but it is definitely very controversial. Everyone on the call should know that yesterday that Montana joined a brief in Alabama that is the suit that is asking for differential privacy. It's called the DAS system, DAS, to not go forward for the U.S. Census Bureau. It's Montana and 16 other states joined yesterday. It's expected that other states will join as well. So the Attorney General for Montana has already made a statement about this process as well. I would have put that in my presentation, but that happened actually last night. So Genevieve, if you're ready, I'll go ahead and share my screen.
Yep, go ahead.
Great, thank you.
So the timing, sorry, Mary, so
sure.
Jenny, remind me of our timing for distributing monies.
We do that in the fall, Bruce, usually around October.
And Mary, is it likely that this suit will be resolved by the fall?
Let's get to that, Bruce.
Okay,
we can go through the presentation just to make sure everybody can see the screen, the slides.
Looks great.
Great, thank you. So as I mentioned, I'm just going to give a brief overview of differential privacy, kind of a very short overview. If there's deeper questions, I can get into them, but mainly I want to focus on why the concerns. And again, Bruce, to your question, commissioners, to your question about the timing and the implementation. Overall, this system, this new DAS process could have profound impacts, and I don't say that lightly, on a decade of data quality, on the distribution of resources, and on redistricting representation at legislative commissions, districts, city councils, etc. So those are the three areas that this data has great implications to. Again, as Jenny mentioned, the funding part of it's a key piece, but also just the quality of the data, trying to make planning good community development, and also the redistricting efforts that go on that's based on this data. So high level. So this differential privacy, DP, is beyond a step what has traditionally been the Census Bureau's efforts to keep privacy of an individual. Over the past 6-7 years, the Census Bureau made the determination that they needed to go beyond not only the inability to disclose an individual like Mary Kregel, but they needed to make sure that you couldn't disclose enough characteristics about an individual that it could be matched up against an outside database, like Nielsen or another one of the databases, Facebook, that you couldn't get enough characteristics about Mary Kregel, not knowing her name, that you could match it up with an outside source and figure out that that record was referring to Mary Kregel. Again, that's at every level of geography across all 300+ million people in the United States. Again, this is not the same as the ability for them that they release somebody's identity through the Census Bureau. This is that they could identify somebody using a secondary source. In the history of the Census Bureau, there's only been a breach once, when they used the data for the Japanese internment camp decisions. There's never been a breach of individual data, and in 2010 there were no lawsuits that were filed about data being released that identified an individual. But again, because of the power of computing, the Census Bureau felt they had to go this extra step. This gives a little bit more background that, this is all under Title 13, which is the requirement that keeps everybody, keeps the Census Bureau saying that they have to keep individuals' identity private at every level. So what is differential privacy, and what all differential privacy is, and it looks complicated on the screen, but in reality, all it is it's a mathematical algorithm that allows the injection of statistical noise into the data to prevent any record from providing too much information. And so the reason it's called differential privacy, it's the difference that each individual's record had in comparison to the data. So let's take an extreme example. Let's say in Petroleum County, which is a very small populated county in Montana, that there is a Black African-American individual who's 80 years old. So the inclusion or exclusion of that individual's record into the data for Petroleum County would probably have a noticeable impact based on Petroleum County's overall demographic profile. So what this model does is it adds additional information or basically fuzzies the record so that that individual's no longer, if you added or took that, added that individual's record into the data or took it out, it still doesn't have an overall impact on the data point that's shown for Petroleum County. That sounds a lot more complicated than it probably needed to, but that's basically how this works. The chosen blend of accuracy and privacy is called the privacy loss budget. And this is the part of the lawsuit, et cetera, that I think is one of the biggest concerns at this point for these states going forward. So in the overall census, the 2020 census, they are going to have to determine where along this line, what point on this line will be the trade-off between accuracy and privacy. So if they were out here, they would just put out the records exactly as they were collected. So again, remember, this is a census. So this is the population actually talking to, this is not survey data. There's no margin of error. So this is, getting records from every US citizen. So if they put out all the records, we would know everything about those individuals for the questions that were asked on the 2020 census. And the other extreme is over here where they don't disclose really any characteristics, but the data is so bad that it's so inaccurate that it's very unuseful. So what the Census Bureau is still in the process of trying to determine is where on this line they're going to pick for the epsilon for differential privacy. Now, interestingly enough, if you add differential privacy into some areas, you actually have to take it away for others. So if I make the data a little bit more robust accuracy-wise for race characteristics, then it's got to be less accurate for some other characteristic because the epsilon must be set for the entire data set. I'm going to pause for a second. I can't really see questions. So if you have a question, let me know.
Mary, this is Kenning. Can you give an example of what you mean by fuzziness that gets added to a record?
Sure. So what they actually do is they just literally add what they call a statistical noise. So statistical noise is to take the variability but of that specific record or of a specific record and add variability to that record. So instead of saying, and this is not how it works exactly, but let's just simplify it. Instead of saying that person was 80 years old, they'd add enough variability into the data set so that person now might be 40 years old. I mean, that's an extreme example, but what it is it's just adding in mathematically enough variance to the data so that you can no longer identify an individual characteristic. Again, not a person, but you can get down to an individual characteristic of one of the respondents to the 2020 census.
Great, thank you.
This is
Sure, Connie.
Sorry about that. I just want to make sure I'm following along correctly. And so the 16 or 17 states that have filed this brief is against this.
That is correct.
Okay.
So the brief the state that filed, they filed actually 2 suits. One is about the delay in the redistricting data. Their cycle is much faster than Montana, so they're in a real crunch because they don't have the redistricting data to actually do redistricting according to their schedule. But the second suit had to do with not using this differential privacy technique with the 2020 data, to defer that decision until later on. Other questions before I move on? Great. So we've talked about differential privacy. So the system, and you'll hear this term that the Census Bureau uses, is called the DAS system, which stands for Disclosure Avoidance System. And all that is that is the name of the technology that, or the system that is cloaking these records. It is very important to note that if DAS goes forward, it will be not only applied to the 2020 census, but it will be applied to all data sources. And so again, as you guys both, not only from your funding standpoint, but as librarians and state policymakers and everything else, it's very important to note that this is going to have some challenges associated with the system. So I've talked a lot about the system and the math. These are the advantages and disadvantages. I'll let you guys look at that kind of at a later date. But here's I think what will really help put the rubber to the road. So here's the key things I want you to take away. So nothing beyond except housing units will remain invariant at every level. By that I mean you could go down to the census block level, or you could go to a city, as reported out for the census for the 2020 data, and they will say there's 80 housing units, and that is exactly the number of housing units they counted. They counted 80 housing units. You go to the state level, it says 550,000 housing units for Montana. So at every geographic level, housing units are the only variable that would stay invariant. Population, household characteristics, everything else will not be invariant, except for population at the statewide level. So in a week and a half, the Census Bureau is going to release the numbers for apportionment to determine how many Congress members there are in the House of Representatives for each state. That data, because it's statewide population, will not have any differential privacy added. So the number that we get for the total population count for Montana will be fine. Will be a true census. It will say this is how many people we counted in the effort that the Census Bureau did. But everything at a lower level below that will have statistical noise added to it to varying degrees required to disguise that data. And so the result is that creates some problems. So over the last year and a half, the Census Bureau has provided several different data sets for us to analyze that show what happens when you add data into or add this noise into the data. And the major impacts, and Heather Zimmerman has done some of this work with me, that we have determined are basically 4 big areas. Number one, again, any smaller geographic size, the smaller the geography in terms of population or land mass, the greater the distortion. Number two, because of the loss of accuracy, some of these tables that we got from the 2010 census and products will not even be released because they're so inaccurate. They're not even going to produce them. An example would be Summary File 2, which had the tribal affiliation of American Indians. That file's not even going to be produced. They're not going to produce a file of households and characteristics because that data is no longer tied together. They're no longer invariant. Or they will just put dots at certain geographic levels. So many of the small rural towns, places that got data in 2010 will see some of the tables that they got will just be full of dots. They won't have any data in them. And then again, I said, a couple of the tables that won't be produced are the household tables, et cetera. And so the unreliability of the data could impact all kinds of folks. And so we've kind of talked about that. So I'm going to go forward and give you some examples. So the way this table works is this is what was actually reported out of the 2010 census. So when 2010 came out and they gave the breakout for the 989,415 Montana population, this is what they reported, which is at what it adds up to. By adding the statistical noise into the data, it turns the data into this. And this is from the November release that they just put out. So as you can see, there is a pretty dramatic shift in some of these race numbers. And again, this is not actually what is on the ground. This is just the noise added to the data and the impact it has on the results. I wanted to start with this graph because this is one of the tables that right off the bat, as the person that works with the state, I'm very concerned about, because there's a lot of funding that comes into Montana and a lot of decisions that are made based on our largest ethnic race cohort, which is the American Indian Alaska Native population. That is the largest race group that we have in Montana. And because we also have 7 independent reservations equally important to those sovereign nations. So this is a huge concern. As well as I am not quite sure how I explain 1,400 Pacific Islanders in Montana. I mean, and one of the things, that other statisticians that are much more savvy than I am have been pointing out is that, some of just the illogical efforts that sort of come out of this data. I'm going to pause again for any questions. And I see, Connie, you had a question about the slides. I know that Genevieve had emailed them out to folks.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I overlooked that. And
okay, great.
Cleared it up for me. Thank you.
I'm going to pause again.
Mary, do you have, or are you planning to share examples of like what this might look like at a county level?
Look at you go, girl.
Excellent.
So the very next few slides do exactly that. So according to, again, talking about the American Indian issue, we received $5 million in a single year for Indian housing. And that is based on the number that identified as race or multi-Indian. So that's just one tiny program. There are over 300 programs that use the Census Bureau data to distribute funding. 300 in Montana. We get over somewhere close to 3 billion, well over $2 billion, but very close to 3 billion a year in this state from federal government programs that use census data. And what I have told you is that if this goes forward, and again, they're still working on it, but if it does go forward, that there are going to be impacts to all the data that the Census Bureau produces, other than housing units.
And by impacts, you mean that it may be that Montana or Montana subdivisions receive less money than the actual data would indicate that they should.
Or more money, Bruce. So it's the ironic thing about this is, and I think this next slide will help demonstrate that. So this is the work that Heather Zimmerman did on an early data set. So this is one that was produced last July. And again, I want to really stress that this is all still hypothetical because the Census Bureau is continuing to refine this algorithm. So since July of last year, they have made some pretty great improvements, we think, to the data sets. We actually have not received the same data sets so that we could compare. We've been getting different groups of data. So When it came out in July, they did age distributions by gender. The data set I looked at had to do with race and household. So it was very different than the one they produced before. But as you can see, Bruce and the commissioners, I'm just going to call you Bruce because that's the way I do it.
No, that's great. That's great, Mary.
Thank you. Sorry. As you can see, so again, the DAS is applied. Is the blue lines, and the brown is the actual reported numbers that came out of the census. So what came out of the census, looking at this, just the female side, you can see that, you know, Carter County in their planning, or in terms of funding they might get for small children, infants, etc., the census is going to say, well, there were 58-ish in that age cohort, but in fact there were 20. So that's a case where they might actually get more funding, but it's not representative of what is truly going on in Carter County. And on the flip side, for this 20 to 24-year-olds, for new education programs, etc., they're going to think there isn't as many, there's 8 as opposed to the 30 that actually existed.
Mary, I have another question. This is Jenny again.
Sure.
Does that mean that is there some kind of relationship amongst the counties when you're looking at this data? So if Carter County shows that they have significantly higher in the 45 to 49 age bracket, is there corollary decreases in other counties in Montana?
Not necessarily in terms of any of the characteristic. The only corollary, the only level that is related across all the counties is the fact that it has to add up to whatever the new total population is.
The total populations.
Right. So if they add people in one county or area, they have to balance that out with meaning that the statistical noise adds people. The statistical noise has to reduce people in other areas.
Yes, good. Thank you.
But everything else, I mean, you could have overstated characteristics in any of the other areas, and there's no need to keep it consistent, other than the metric that's going to say state is really bad, we can't produce this table. You guys following along? Everybody doing okay? Okay. The next one, commissioners, is that the impact of size. So I thought this was really interesting. And again, this came out of this last data set that we have. Oops. And that is, so again, think about a town. So a big city like Billings, you have enough people that individual characteristics are masked just surely because of the population size. The smaller you get, the more difficult it is to mask characteristics, to mask race, to mask gender, age, ethnicity, household relationships. Are you a grandparent? All these different things that the census tracks. And so you can see the smaller populations, how different it is. And again, for your libraries, I think this is kind of important that not only planning and for the funding side of it, but for the planning and just what you are relating to folks about the community in which everybody lives. I have one more example and then we'll be done. So then the second, so I talked about funding. We've talked about the Carter County and the planning, the problem for, knowing what your age groups are and overstating or understating that. The third area, again, that census data is used is for districting. And so this is an example, looking at the data, even though it's pretty small in terms of the amount of change, what is happening here. So this is the Evergreen area, which is really the part of the urban area of Kalispell. And this is an area that is shifting more of this urban area out into the rural. Now, remember, this data is used not only for legislative districts, but it's also used for school boards, city councils, to determine the size and makeup. So that shift means that the constituents in those areas may be slightly impacted by who represents them in terms of what they think the size of their councils and districts and et cetera should be. This also applies in terms of the redistricting data that the apportionment committee is getting ready to get right now, in terms of the two questions related to legislative redistricting are minority representation and voting age population. And as you can see here, the area that has much higher percentage-wise of American Indian identified as a race from the 2010 data is being reduced, and other areas are being added to that had a much lower level of American Indian identified population. And then finally, the same thing with the voting age, where you're taking away from some districts and adding them over to other districts. So when they are drawing these lines based on the data that they are going to get for redistricting, which will have DAS, the intent by the Census Bureau is to have the differential privacy applied to that data at everything below the state level. Those lines will be impacted by the DAS. More importantly, there is no way, because we will not know the precise data, the only way you can see the precise data is to go to a census research center and get approval to look at certain data for basically a PhD project. They would never allow you to look at the whole state. So we won't know truly what the shift is. We will get metrics overall that say that, you know, race was impacted this way or that way, or a number of grandparents characteristic type things were impacted this way or that way, but we won't know the specific shifts that are occurring. So right now, the current planning is the apportionment files I mentioned is going to be released at the end of the month. Keep your fingers crossed, thanks to all the great work of the libraries, that we might get another congressperson. We will know that here shortly. But at that same time, they are going to release another data file. And again, as I mentioned before, they continue to try to refine this algorithm so that some of the errors that you've seen may not be as glaring, but there still are going to be significant impacts, no matter as long as they move this forward, there are going to be significant impacts. In early June, they make the final decision on exactly where on that line, the privacy line that we talked about, where they are going to put that point, and everything that falls from beneath that. In September is when the redistricting data will come out, as well as all the larger data set, the first big data set from the 2020 census, which will have characteristics of population down to the census block level all the way up across the entire state. So that's really that first big data set that we get from the 2020 census. So in summary, and thanks for hanging in there with me. The Census Bureau is continuing to refine this. We have this, like I said, I did this before this. This is the suit that Alabama filed. Montana has joined that suit in an amicus brief as of last night. We found that out. Redistricting data, an initial data set is expected the end of August, but I didn't put that in the timeline because they've shifted this like 5, 6, 7 times. But that is kind of the current date in the legacy format, and then another different format as of the end of September. So that's the dates you can start to really see what the impact of DAS would be, and the first big data sets that are coming out from the 2020 census. And again, obviously, as it will require a lot of existing statutes, rules. I sent out a handout as well that showed my findings of going through rules and statutes and the Constitution of common census terms. I can tell you right now that not all those terms are directly related to census products, but they could be. And I think it's important to realize that how frequently those terms are used, and that we don't really have a good set of references to the definitions behind those terms. So what can we do? We need to educate ourselves, which check, you did that today. Continue to follow the committee's work. At the end of this presentation, there's a link to the committee. Please, this is the big one for me, is to share this, let other folks know, be informed. Again, we're talking, this is coming out in September, but the decision's going to be made next month, in June. And once it's set, it's, other than the proceeding, the lawsuits that are going forward, it will be very difficult for it to be modified in any kind of way. So please, if you have concerns, please let them know, and then start working on a contingency planning. So now that you know what this could do, we have talked about other data sources rather than the census for looking at communities, having to do surveys, etc. So all those things, knowing what could be about, if you have critical programs in your community that serve underage kids or a specific racial population or an aging population, now is the time to start thinking about what those impacts will be. And that's more stats than you guys have had for a very long time. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Mary. This was so helpful. So asking about the suit that's been filed, they are asking for the DAS process to not be followed, and so the result would be that the census would use their historical differential privacy practices. Is that true?
So we don't actually, so the Census Bureau has really doubled down on the DAS. They really have not come out and said that they would use the same method they employed in 2010. So in 2010, what they did is they just swapped households. Yeah. So if that petroleum individual, that person we talked about, they would swap that household out of there with a different household, so that the data statistically was still within a very high confidence of representing the overall population for petroleum, but would not have had that specific household in it. That is the method they have used for the last, I think, 30 years, is changing those households, I think since maybe 40 years, maybe since the 70s. But the Census Bureau, in the calls and in conversations we've had with them, have pretty much said they did not look at any other.
That he is going to put a bill and doubt if it'll pass, but on SFP to limit the extension.
They did not look at any other statistical method that might have worked as a way to disguise this data. And although I have a degree from a very long time ago in quantitative analysis, I am not aware of anything that would work to do what they are trying to do, which is, again, not make sure that nobody's individual privacy is given, nobody's individual identity, but just that you couldn't even figure out and characteristics to a level that you could use as secondary data source and figure out who Mary Craigle is. So I have an overall question back to you, Commissioner Bruce Newell, and that is, do you think this is was worth the commission's time, because hopefully it was.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I want to thank you for being aware of this and kind of bird dogging it. I mean, this is great stuff. It's hard stuff. You know, as a librarian divorced from the commission, I'm more than slightly offended by the notion that, you know, series of data will no longer be as reliable or as indicative of what's on the ground. And that makes me sort of crazy because, you know, numbers are kind of sacred, at least in that to me. But as from the commission's point of view, you know, we need, you know, we're working at doing a better job at getting sufficient library services to everyone. Particularly, I'm personally concerned, as are many of those on this call, with getting services to certain, you know, subgroups, you know, the tribes or areas that have not seen adequate library services because of the size or poverty or education or whatever that is. And this blunts our ability to do this. And that makes me nuts. And I have a note here, work with Jenny to think about this. But also contingency planning, you know, should we do a good enough job at distributing funds to public libraries around the state? You know, that sort of offends me. I mean, I'm bothered by that. No, yes, Mary, this is very important, but very much like that delightful conversation about guns, it leaves me with more questions, albeit perhaps better informed questions than I entered with. So, you know, I thank you for this presentation, but wow.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you. And thanks again, everybody, for the time too.
We have a couple questions that I can see
bet.
on my screen. Kenning and Connie. Kenning first?
I think Connie was actually first. Go ahead, Connie.
I can't see that. Okay, Connie? Oops, unmute.
I said, thanks, Kenning. I feel like I'm missing something here. Yeah, the sacrifice of information integrity doesn't seem to be a good payoff for what you're describing. So I don't understand how it got to this level of consideration. I don't know. And also, like, it just seems like with the sophistication we have, that a more nuanced approach could.
Yeah.
So I feel
so Connie, you will be delighted to know that I was actually at a state meeting in 2019 with the Census Bureau, the first time we heard about this in October, and expressed those exact concerns and was basically sort of called out as being disrespectful for raising it. What happened here is two things. The Census Bureau actually has a history of doing this. So in the 1920s, there was no reapportionment after the 1920 census. And the part of the reason there was no reapportionment into the 1920 census is because two different mathematicians got in a standoff about how really to give out the information. And what has happened in this cycle is this differential privacy issue came up in the context of the CSTAT groups, which are the mathematical modelers and folks at Census, and their concerns, but they never included anyone that works with the data directly in any of those conversations. That did not occur at any level of widespread input until 2019. And by that point, the Census Bureau had kind of already doubled down on, no, we have to do this. And you know, and what it all boils down to is their interpretation of Title 13. So Title 13 says they can't give out individual privacy. Well, the question becomes, have they gone too far? Is this a step beyond, because you have to use an outside data source to identify an individual by name? And have they gone too far? And I think that's really, and I have not read, I've only read summaries of the Alabama case. I haven't read the case itself, but my guess is that's kind of what that hinges on, is that in part that they have gone to this extreme step, as some would say, a solution begging for a problem, given that no one sued in 2010 over the release of information. That's a long-winded answer, but hopefully that helps.
That's helpful.
The other thing I just want to comment too, I mean, the US Census data is the gold standard. I mean, there is no other data. It's funny because people will say, and I know Superintendent Artson's on the phone, they'll say, well, just call the school district and find out how big the population of school kids is. That's census data. The US Census Bureau does practically every survey for every agency or any kind of data that you get at almost every geographic level. So like the Bureau of Labor Statistics, that information is actually done by the Census Bureau, and they provide the information to the BLS. And again, I want to stress that the Census Bureau plan at this point is to apply this fuzziness to all those data sets. So again, the census is the best data set you have where it has no margin of error. As you apply DAS to these other products that do have a statistical margin of error because they're samples, they're surveys, that it just enhances the impacts. If this goes forward again.
Thank you. Kenning?
Yeah, thanks, Bruce. Mary, thank you very much. This was absolutely worthwhile, and I really appreciate you bringing this to us, and what a great presentation. Thank you. I wasn't aware of this. So, I mean, so many thoughts have been floating around in my mind. I've tried to organize them a little bit. First of all, I hope that you're correct that the algorithm that they are using will be smoothed out, because it just seems like in some cases it's creating chaos. And God, I can't imagine how anyone thinks that that's really an improvement. Secondly, I wonder if there's a conversation occurring anywhere about the futility of government trying to protect privacy at all, when so many citizens, so many of us, just give up our information, data about ourselves freely to
Absolutely.
you know, all kinds of social media organizations and God knows what other trackers, you know, are collecting data about us. And whether privacy is even possible in this day and age. I mean, I think privacy just doesn't exist anymore on some level. And then finally, there, you know, one of the things that I always think that government can do is require us as state agencies or institutions of higher education, in my case, is to force us to apply privacy protection measures that are there that we simply don't use. You know, things like using secure HTTP for our websites to encrypt transactions when users use our websites, or there are features, for instance, in Google Analytics that we don't turn on and that we don't use that are designed to protect privacy. But of course, Google would prefer we don't use them, but they're there. So I don't know. It's just a flurry of thoughts running through my mind, and frankly, I'm upset about this.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Yeah, thanks. And I've been upset about it for two years, but trying to, you know, conduct a census where we had as best a count as we could, because I think that, so what's the only, there's a couple of silver linings. So the silver lining is the data did get collected. It would be even worse if we didn't have the actual data. And they have, so that's one positive thing, so that they can mathematically fuzzy it, but at least the data is fairly well collected. Now we can talk about how well the census went. That's a different topic. But that is definitely a point. The second silver lining is that they have woken a very sleeping bear. So as you notice, is 16 states signing on to this Urban League, a whole bunch of various racial and ethnic organizations have also been signing on to this. So there is a great outcry about this topic. And I totally agree with you, Kenning, in that there's also not only a question about the privacy side, but what is the damages question? If I am 90-year-old African-American individual living in Petroleum County, everyone knows who I am, right? I mean, everyone knows. And so what's the risk, the downside of that information's in the table? So that's a whole different issue. I would love to hear, now that we know that the AG's office has gone along with the suit, I would love to hear what their arguments are and what they are thinking in terms of pursuing this. I have not been involved in any conversations with them other than a very, very brief conversation 5 months ago about how did the census go with one of the folks over there. So I'd be very interested to know what they're thinking.
Ken.
Thanks, Mary. That was an incredibly good presentation. Really
thank you.
One of the, it was interesting, and I encourage people, I think that the Geocon, the state GIS conference was virtually happened 2 weeks ago. And I think those sessions were all recorded, or most of them were, and urge people to listen to the census segment in that, both at the national level. And there was a very good statistician on there, Lacey Laughlin was her name. She completely dissed this subject. I called her out on it specifically a couple times. And she basically said, this is nothing to be worried about. We've done this for many decades, which I was not aware of. So I appreciate your nuances there, Barry, in terms of what happened last time and in previous years and the history of it. And she said, we won't even notice this. I think she kind of didn't realize how rural Montana is, but it is very troubling. And I think that in terms of our specific decisions with the library, in terms of how to allocate these funding in the fall when we get to this, she had indicated also, she gave apparently some other, she said this wouldn't be just this final decision on how differential privacy was applied wouldn't be decided until October. I think she was, from what you're saying, referring to when the data would be released rather than when decisions made. But one of the bottom lines here is we do have, at least in Montana, pretty good housing unit information. And I think that's a critical nuance. And I think the way they applied it from what you said in 2010 versus 2020, there's a big shift there in terms of the ramifications. And when you think back to when the census was taking place and our political situation, our president at the time, and various other subjects, I think there was concern about, would the census be jeopardized? So I think that plays into this as well, kind of behind the scenes a little bit.
Totally, Ken. Yeah, and interestingly enough, just so you know, we were cheering you on in your discussions with her, Dave Ritz, and I, and we actually have contacted Stacy separately. What that points to more than anything else is the siloed nature of the Census Bureau and and we do this, right? We're in state government. We do the state government speak thing where we all just, carry one for the cause and don't really have the background information that we need to know. I mean, the Census Bureau has done the new Commerce Secretary just this last week came out and said, oh no, we're going to do this differential privacy. It's no big deal. So they are really just, she was really just talking about what she has heard internally. And again, they did not involve the data users. Every state and territory in the nation has a state data center. So there's a Mary Craigel equivalent in every state and territory. And we were not included at all into any of this discussion until the very end of 2019, when it was already well down the path. But we did call out Stacy separately and informed her how she was pretty wrong in many of her much of her understanding. And that's my other big concern is that again, if you look at all the silos of the department, I mean, this DAS stuff is going to be on the economic census too. So it's all the business data. It's on every other data set. And if the Census Bureau employees themselves think it's no big deal and it's not important, they're going to resist, I think how this is moving forward, it's going to cause even more friction. overall, all over this discussion.
Yeah, so that, I think the bottom line is it's not a done deal, but I mentioned earlier in our meeting that part of next gen is identifying, structure locations on the rooftop of the house. And so that's even more important, I think, that we encourage local governments to do that and verify it. It isn't going to happen by October when we have to make a decision or on our current allocation of money, but it is something that you do have a pretty good chance of getting a really good map of that. And that's not going to answer all the questions on how to deal with this, but it'll give us a tool that we can apply, compare at least something that doesn't change over time. So it gives us some tools. I think we should really encourage that to happen. And we are, like through House Bill 15, I think we are seeing that probably going to come to play.
Thank you, Ken. Aaron?
Thank you, Bruce. So I just wanted to inform everyone that that NSGIC, the National States Geographic Information Council, has been working with Mary and her professional organization, the State Data Centers, not Mary specifically, the professional organization.
I'm on the steering committee nationally, so yes, they have.
State's data center and state demographers. And when we initially heard this come out at the beginning of 2020, I think that's when I first had heard about it. It was pretty shocking, and it was called by one of Mary's colleagues in one of the conferences I went to as irresponsible and foolish to put this into play because of the dispersion of diversity. So the National States Geographic Information Council is following this. They have started. They had over a year ago started the working group and just trying to gather as much information and people as possible to kind of put some pressure on the U.S. Census Bureau. There's some letters that were drafted, but I think the person who kind of brought it up was my colleague in Arizona, because she was working with Maricopa County, and they estimated with the city of Phoenix just in the first year losing $8.4 million based on some of the calculations they did. So I think it's really important. And Mary, can you talk a little to the comparison of data sets over time?
Sure. There's been 3 different data sets. 3.5 different data sets, because with statisticians can never do anything easy. So initially they put out this product called the demonstration project, which is where they basically took all the number of the 2010 tables from summary file 1 files you're used to, which show population by county, by race, by those kinds of things, and applied the DAS to those files. And in the words of John About, who is the guy that's really the director of all these efforts, he was shocked by the results and what the impact was. The algorithm was so bad at that point that even the Census Bureau was shocked to see what it did. And so they, from that point forward, have been working on refining the algorithm. The second data set was produced in July of 2020. And again, that one only had characteristics of county by age groups. So that's the one where you saw the Carter County slide. And again, so you saw that, well, that's still pretty problematic. And so the third data set that was produced in September. However, they found that there was a big error in the algorithm at that point. So they put out another data set in November, and that is the most recent data set that we have gotten. So there will be another data set that will be produced at the end of, that is supposed to be provided at the end of this month. We don't know what that data set will cover. We don't know if it'll be replicate one of the previous data sets so we can see the improvements, or if it'll be yet another totally different topic. But when it does come out, I will work my best to come up with some examples and what that does compared to what we've already seen. There's 132,000 census blocks in Montana, and every one of them builds back up to the state level. So every time you produce any kind of file, you have to start at that level and work forward. So it's a challenge, and the Census Bureau has made it, for me, and as a member of the National Steering Committee, has made it very difficult for us to be engaged, to know what, to be involved, to be part of this process. And why we don't, it's a big federal government agency, but it has definitely not been an easy time.
So Jenny, you had your hand up. I guess I actually have a couple questions. One is, as per the agenda, so what does this mean specifically to the state library with its per capita per state aid thing? I guess I have a second question for you, and then you may have questions for Mary. But do you believe that the commission might well serve Montana by making a comment about this to somebody?
That was going to be one of my questions to you, Bruce, and the commission is, do we want to send a letter or some other kinds of communication to this body, also expressing our concerns? I have reached out to the AG's office and asked for a copy of that amicus brief. So I've been told that will be shared. So Mary, I'll make sure you get a copy of that too, if you don't have it through other means. But so that's my first question for you. I certainly think it would be appropriate for this commission as a body to share the concerns that I hear being voiced here.
Just a quick straw poll with commissioners, thumbs up or thumbs down. Do you think we should draft something, circulate it for comment and review, and then if there's general approval, send it off to whoever it needs to be sent off to? So that looks all good. Okay, good. Okay, so
the state data centers and the FSCPE, the Federal Statistical Population Estimate Groups, are both partners with Census. They both have written letters. I will share the one that we wrote to the SDC to Jenny, so that you can kind of use that to see what some of the issues and stuff that we raised. It might make the drafting a little quicker.
that sounds good. Jenny, you and Aaron will sort of take the lead on that.
Bet. Yeah.
And I totally agree. I'm glad we're doing that. I'm with Ken. This really concerns me. So, okay, that's one thing.
So number two, so I have some additional legal guidance from when we met and talked about this in March. And I'm not entirely satisfied with the guidance. I think it ties our hands, but it is the advice that we've received both from the Secretary of State's office as we explored the administrative rules options, as well as our attorney, Jeff Dowd. So in March, we had talked about the possibility of adopting temporary rules that would allow the state library to use something other than the decennial census for determining the award of state aid down to the local library level. As Mary said, in the next week and a half or so, we should have that total population count for Montana, which will determine the total pot of money for state aid. So that isn't in question. And we've been already having conversations with the governor's budget office about getting that amount appropriated. So that really isn't in question. We're just waiting for the population count. We had originally gotten advice from Jeff Dowd that in order to use something other than the decennial census for that per capita portion of the per capita per square mile formula for distributing state aid, that we would need to change administrative rule, and had worked through a process and timeline to look at different data sources that we might use as alternatives and allow us to kind of compare and contrast what that would mean for the distribution of state aid pending outcomes like the suit that Mary mentioned that's been filed by other states and the decisions that are coming forward from the census. When Genevieve was researching how to go about implementing these temporary rules, someone from the Secretary of State's office got back to us and said, because statute determines that the total amount of state aid is determined by census, that statutory requirement carry sway over how we apply the administrative rule.
Yep.
And that's really frustrating for me because that administrative rule has been in place long before the statutory appropriation for state aid, which tied it to census.
Yep.
So the only option we would have now is to actually change statute, which we of course don't want to do. No time to do at this point.
Yeah, you actually can't. So that's the other big problem, because the bills have already passed transmittal, everything else is behind us. The only way that statute can change for any of these issues, and that's why I wanted to make sure you guys had that handout, is for them to come back.
Yeah. So
Then
we
make the
don't
legislature come back. Yeah.
So we don't really have an option at this point other than to use the census. So I think at this point, I think it's right for the commission to have a voice in the concerns that we have. I think we will obviously monitor and give voice wherever we can until these determinations are made. And if the process involves the use of DAS in determining that kind of population, evaluate what kind of impact it's going to have on our distribution of state aid and be prepared to provide information to libraries that might be otherwise negatively impacted.
Well, Mary, thank you again for coming. Obviously, this is something that concerns us in both meanings of the word. We're basically inextricably caught up in this, however it works out, and also many of us have some genuine concerns about this. So this was very, very helpful.
Thank you. And thanks again so much for the time. And again, if you guys, the big thing I would ask is please get the word out on this. I just feel that, I've tried to do that as much as I can of late, the last month or two, but I just am really concerned that people are going to be caught so unaware about what the impact is going to be for their planning, for their funding, and on these various boundary lines that are going to be impacted.
So we'll work, Jenny, on the on that letter. That letter can also serve as maybe as a serve two purposes, also as kind of a memo to public libraries, informing them of what we're navigating and possible outcomes and possible timelines.
Okay.
And, we might even want to talk about that on Friday.
Sounds good.
Briefly, although these are deep and turbulent waters. Well, so commissioners, staff, so it's 12:40 approximately now. We have a few items left on our agenda. I hate to shortchange some of the remaining items on our agenda by having everyone hungry and ready to gnaw off their hands. Would you like to break until 1 and then come back after a quick lunch, or what are commissioners, what are your preferences? Let me make that simpler. How many people want to take a 20-minute break and come back after some sort of a lunch-like activity? How many people would rather charge right ahead? So I think majority rules. Sorry, Jamie. So we'll come back at 1 and we'll pick this up again. And I look forward to seeing you all in about 20 minutes. Mary, if there's something I can do to help with this process, I can be reached through Jenny, and I'm very concerned about this. And
thank you, Bruce. Yeah, and again, as I get updates when that new data set comes out, I'll share everything I can.
But let's stay on this. This is important.
Yeah, and Kenning, anything for the university system, they're not folks just are not tracking this. And we did make a decision, like I said, during the 2020 census, not to talk about it because we wanted people to still fill out the form so we could get the data, hoping that DAS was going to go away or be modified to the point where it'd be okay. Now we're at the point where we just need DAS to be modified or go away to be okay. But thank you so much, everybody. I really appreciate it.
Mary, it's okay to share or use your presentation?
It is. And actually, it's actually become kind of a thing. So my presentation, I shared it with the state data centers, and they're adapting it in Oklahoma and Washington State and other places. I put this presentation together and then ran it through a whole bunch of my SDC colleagues who made fantastic changes. But it is kind of like the first presentation that we have that's been put together since this last data set came out. So
thank you.
Well, the reason that people copy Montana is because we have such good people.
Well, thanks. I think I'm just Scottish and stubborn and just passionate, but I am passionate about this issue. As you all know, I've been in this job for 10 years, and this is incredibly concerning. It just to move away from the gold standard the Census Bureau is for the data and what it means to the U.S. population, and then expect that you're going to regain that position isn't going to happen. So I'm glad to see that other attorney generals and stuff have signed on to the suit, especially ours.
Thank you again. Thank you, commissioners. Thank you, staff and visitors. I'll see you again in about 19 minutes. Talk to you soon.
Thanks.
Genevieve, if you're still there.
I am, yep.
If you can give me sharing, I'll go ahead and just put the front page of my presentation up so when we get back.
Welcome back. I think we have a quorum, and so let's go ahead and resume the meeting. It's 1:04, and the next item on our agenda is Evan sort of giving us an overview of NRIS, and let's do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. First off, apologies for not getting this posted sooner. I did ship it over to Genevieve moments ago, but she was able to get it very quickly into the meeting material site. I did post a link directly to that in the chat if any of you would like to prefer to follow along locally. I chuckled earlier, Bruce, when you had mentioned that I would answer your questions, I think. Unfortunately, while this isn't nearly as contentious as the concealed carry discussion or nearly as complex as the differential privacy conversation, I suspect we're going to be 3 for 3 on topics that raise more questions than provide answers. But I'm happy to share this with you. The other thing I'll say is that much like trying to recognize the work that Aaron's done for over the last 15 years, it's not often that I feel in a situation where I'm just overwhelmed with stuff to share. I'm going to try to keep this pretty simple. I've got about almost 20 slides here that I'm going to go through quickly. What I'm really hoping to get for you is a very brief overview of NRIS statute, so you just understand the intent. A very brief overview of the history, so you know kind of what's happened through the years. And then a little bit of a look at how I view NRIS right now and what I think the future holds. And I hope that puts us in a good place to have more discussion. So we can come back to these slides, don't worry that we're moving through them quickly. In addition to there being way more in here just in the slides that I could possibly really discuss right now, I've tried to really fill this with links so that on your own you can research as much as you like and get a lot more information to the degree that you like. And I think when I quickly checked the PDF, it looked like all those links came through, so you should be able to get to that. So with that, what you're looking here, the first screen, this is just nris.mt.gov. It's technically nris.msl.mt.gov, but if you go to nris.mt.gov, you'll redirect here. And it is just a very high level page collecting many of the resources we view as being part of the Natural Resource Information System. This used to be a real hub for the library, but this has become much lesser used area. This site itself, this particular page, although the resources are still remain fairly heavily used. Bear with me while I figure out navigation here. Again, I'm not going to dwell on a lot statute-wise. There are really a few key points that I want to point out. First, I do think it's worth, while I don't want to read a lot, reading out what it is. The Natural Resource Information System is a comprehensive program for the acquisition, storage, and retrieval of existing data relating to natural resources of Montana. And I don't know if you can tell what I've bolded here, but a couple other key points here is it's intended to facilitate the management of data collected by state agencies, and state agencies shall provide data requested by the library. Seems pretty straightforward. It's not. I'd say for the most part, we generally, agencies are good participators and work with us here, but there are always issues. And a couple of examples, I don't mean to pick on, these happen to be in the same agency, but I think they're good examples of issue, some of the difficult issues we deal with when we come with that data sharing. For the last two sessions, there's been this discussion of restricting access to detailed location data for animal tracking that's happening at Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. And certainly from our ability to access that information as the Natural Resource Information System, we have concerns about that. But the other concern here is that if a law was to go through that said something like you'd be punished if you shared this and it resulted in people poaching animals or something along those lines, well, we're in a situation where we're expected to request that data for the purpose of sharing it. So it puts us in a fairly awkward position, even, well, I'll just leave it at that. Another similar situation, and again, it just so happens that it's Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, but I think this is fairly common. We still have a bit, I'll just say a bit of an old-fashioned approach to a lot of government functions. And, Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, for example, has a lot of kind of handshake agreements with ranchers, for example, to collect data. And those depend on some level of discretion in how that data is used. And so we've had times where they've had concerns about sharing data because it may undermine their ability to continue to collect that data. So it's challenging. I think as processes modernize and terms of use and agreements come in place when people are collecting data, it'll make it easier to work through some of these issues. It's going to be challenging when we go through these transitional periods. So just something to make note of there. Another key point of statute is to note that in addition to establishing NRIS, it establishes two components of NRIS, the Natural Heritage Program and the Water Information System in statute. And then finally, it establishes a Natural Resource Data System Advisory Committee. We just usually refer to that as to the NRIS Advisory Committee. And you can see here the types of matters that they're expected to advise the library on. But one other kind of point of note, you may notice that I made bold here under number 8. Other items, committee considers importance to the establishment of a natural resource information system. For me personally, I read that as, number 8 being something that is related to the establishment, not necessarily applying to the rest of the items here, but we have had members of the advisory committee in the past question whether there is any relevance to that committee since the resource system has been established. So, and whether this is still relevant. So one more kind of item to be aware of as we think about NRIS and the role of this advisory committee. From here, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, but I wanted you to know a great resource, nrs.gov/nrs/history. The link is there. This is not currently linked from the website, although it exists on our web server and you can find it. And the reason for that is it only goes through the 90s, ends in 98. This presentation that I've pulled together, I hope will kind of be the starting point for completing that INRIS history. It's been something I've wanted to do a long time, and so I jumped at this opportunity to try to fill in some of those gaps since 1998. And of course, always a good opportunity to show some pictures. I picked this, of the ones here, I picked this one to highlight just because I think it does represent really the structure of INRIS when it was first established. It's Larry Thompson to the left, who really was INRIS, the INRIS part of INRIS, and then Steve Shelley and the other folks there, they were the Natural Heritage Program at that time. And my understanding is that's pretty much how it operated up until about 1987. In 1987, the Water Information System was established and the GIS program was started. And that would be pretty much how INRIS looked for almost 20 years. 87 probably until 2005 or 2006. So a few more nice pictures, more history here. And then here, of course, is where things end. And I just wanted to point out here, coinciding with pretty closely with the end of this history, we've got the oldest INRIS webpage that I was able to find in the Wayback Machine. And you can see pretty well established at that point, Heritage Program, Water Information System, and Geographic Information as systems as the kind of basis for the INRIS program. Whoops. And so, here's that structure I mentioned. I just talk about this. You see this in all the materials. And even when I arrived in 2009, we still had handouts that basically presented INRIS in this way, even though, as you'll see in a minute, the structure had changed a few years earlier. One other side note is this is probably, from an organizational structure standpoint, this was probably the longest, most stable period along those lines for 18, 19, 20 years. Again, that 2006. Jenny might be able to fill in that specific end date, but we'll see. There were a lot of changes. I showed you the first website I was able to find. Here were a couple of more along the way as different state templates came to be, as the web matured and more resources began to be exposed. So filling in the gaps after 1998, I really don't have a lot when it comes to that 1998 to 2005 time period. We know that there was a survey and a funding study, and actually the funding that we've had for the last 20 years came out of that time period. But when it comes to structure, like I said, I think things were pretty much the same until 2005, 6, 7 timeframe and the emergence of the digital library. And in some ways in that org chart, the digital library took the place of INRIS as that overall organizational unit. And around that time, INRIS started to become synonymous with the GIS portion of the Natural Resource Information System. And even though, as you can see on the chart on this page, in the materials, the Water Information System is presented as a statutory program under this. It was really kind of under INRIS. And when I say that, what I mean by it is, at least by the time I arrived in 2009, the quick story is I was talking to Jerry one day after I started here sometime in the first year, and I asked him, is this something we do? And he said, oh yeah, that's part of the Water Information System. I said, oh, I think I read something about the Water Information System manager. Who's that? And he said, oh, well, that's you. So it had just become part of INRIS by that time. So then, during this time period, there was a lot of changes, both inside of just throughout the 2000s. There were a lot of changes both within the library, within the state government, and within the world of GIS as a whole. And ultimately, what's most notable and what I've really touched on here is the development of the GIS Bureau, which would later become the Base Map Service Center, and the Montana Land Information Act, which at that time when they were established was housed over in the Department of Administration. And so there was a long period here, roughly 2005 through 2012, where it was kind of figuring out who did what. The folks at that time in the Department of Administration were primarily focused on what we call land layers, land information layers, the cadastral. That whole program kind of grew out of the desire to have a statewide cadastral data set, which of course also included and led into boundaries and structures and addressing data, while the interest in the library remained focused more on the natural resource layers, elevation, hydrography, wetlands as prime examples. Even so, there were some different thoughts on both how that should be done, as well as, this was a time, GIS is still fairly new and was still fairly new at this time. And the early and mid and even late 2000s, states were starting to venture into this world of enterprise GIS. How do we coordinate GIS work as a full state government? And so there were a lot of ideas out there, a lot of ideas within the state, and a lot of discussion as the MLA became implemented. And ultimately this led to this link document, the framework assistance document, where we kind of tried to identify areas of responsibility for INRIS and areas of responsibility for the Base Map Service Center. Those were presented to MLIAC as well as the INRIS Advisory Council around that time. There was never any action taken on those, but ultimately I think that's what kind of paved the way for the Base Map Service Center staff being moved over to the library, and the responsibilities of the Land Information Act being ultimately moved to the state library. Oops. I'm not sure why I put this one in here. This was, I guess, mainly kind of during that time within INRIS, we focused really, again, I guess this is mainly an example that, as I mentioned earlier, INRIS was becoming more synonymous with what had been the GIS program within INRIS in the past. And so, when we talk about the program information, we're talking about those applications, GIS related applications that have been made available. And a lot of our work was focused on developing these statewide natural resource data sets. Just another little side note here. We were just talking about the new web design a few weeks ago and approving color templates. That was my slide collection there. I mentioned in that meeting about the new web design and web color templates that I'm probably the last person that should be signing off on color choices. For whatever reason, during the same period, 2006 to about 2012, probably the most stable when it comes to the INRIS website. Pretty much the same resources. We improved on a lot of things and cleaned them up, but things look pretty much the same. I don't think it's ever been that stable for that long before or since. And now we're kind of up to present, sort of. There were a couple of more changes. Let's see if I can move this bar out of my way so I can see this better. In 2012, we had a reorganization that was associated with bringing the Base Map Service Center into the library. And so now you no longer see INRIS showing up on an org chart anymore. And to be clear, it was not a decision that we would no longer support a natural resource information system, but rather that is part of what the digital library does, and that we view that as a service and a responsibility and not as staff. I know that's hard and different. For many people, let's be realistic, for a long time when you said INRIS, That was Jerry and Dwayne and whoever they had to help them. So, you know, over 20 years in that model. So it's been a transition for people not to think of INRIS as being those people and rather the resources that we're making available. But that was a transition that really started in 2012. Basically, GeoInfo there kind of represents the INRIS, the Base Map Service Center, and the Water Information System all together in one place. And we went through another reorganization in 2015 that moved us more into functional teams, the information management, user services, and info products under the digital library. And then finally, even though this isn't a comparable org chart, 2019, we flattened that org structure a little more by removing the digital library. So if I did one more diagram like that, it would just replace digital library with Montana State Library at the top, or Montana State Library /admin with info management, user services, info products under it. But I did want to show, I know we've showed you different versions of this larger, colorful, functional org chart, because I think it does a good job. We didn't use this example in any of the previous versions that we put out there. But if we think of the Natural Resource Information System as our function, we can see that there are projects and programs across our different functional teams: government information, water information, LIDAR, heritage, land information, as you can see. Examples, the bulk of that work still remains in information management, but increasingly we're leveraging our information products to support, for example, Digital Atlas and Data List, and leveraging user services to have greater focus on outreach engagement, patron services, and the outreach, the higher level versions of the MSDI and MLIA. So that naturally sets us up to look at the future. So this is a similar to that chart I just showed you, but here, instead of just different initiatives or work tasks, we've just got staff. And rather than leaving off the people that haven't been directly involved with INRIS, I wanted to leave these on here because I do see a future where INRIS is touching and supported by almost every group here. And I'm not suggesting putting an enormous amount of new work on them, but some of the examples I provide here on the left, as we develop a community hub and see that as a way to provide outreach and access to INRIS resources, you're going to see increased use and increased interactions with our consulting program. We've even talked about the potential for growing a GIS consulting program. So there's some opportunities there. We've talked about exposing more INRIS resources to our TBL patrons, things like tactile maps, and one realm. Another would be things like more access to or better access to some of our existing tools, like the bird calls that exist in the Natural Heritage Field Guide. And then finally, there's been a long-term vision to geocode our state publications and other catalog records, index our water information to the hydrography data set, and on the whole, integrate more of our resources, our web applications, our web maps, our spatial data, et cetera, into our state publication collection. And naturally, that's obviously, given that the shared catalog is where we hold that collection, would bring in a lot of collaboration and work with that area. So that's pretty much what I wanted to put out there. But what I'll wrap up with is some tools that these are kind of tools that have become synonymous over the years with INRIS. Most of these are well established, dating back to the 90s. The data list, even though it took a few years off and disguised itself as a GIS portal, it is the data list again, as it has been for most of its life. The digital atlas, a I put a few dates on there because there was just an interactive mapper that wasn't branded as the Digital Atlas in the early years. But I think by 2004, it was well established as being the Digital Atlas. The bundler came along in 2003. We've had a Montana map site since 1997. All that has gone through amazing changes over the years that I'll show you in just a second. And then I had it in my mind that providing web map services was a new thing until I started researching here. I'd completely blanked on the fact that we had some kind of old standards for web map services when I arrived here in 2009, and those actually dated back to around 2005. But around 2015, we moved to the Esri Managed Services environment, and that has really become a huge area of growing use in the last 6 years. So you can see a few of those resources here. And then the other thing I wanted to mention was just some of our user groups. This is certainly not an exhaustive list, just as the resources was not an exhaustive list. Obviously, I didn't go into great detail and talk about all the different tools that are made available through the Heritage Program, for example. But I list some of those here. I try to just put some groups, some of the main groups that I thought of off the top of my head out there, and some of the key resources that they would use. The one thing I want to show you just really quickly here before I wrap it up is, and we can just move this more to a discussion, is this was our maps of Montana. I think this was our original map gallery. And it's literally GIF files of counties and cities and things like that. And you know, I don't say this to make fun of what was done then. I did GIS during that time in the late 90s. And pulling together a statewide county map, just putting that data set together was an enormous task. A lot of manual entry and then conversion. And yeah, it was, but what's really amazing is, so we look at that and then we look over here, one item in our map gallery now is just our base map. And most of the layers that we had in our map gallery at that time actually exist in the single base map that is one of almost 100 items in our current map gallery. And it becomes increasingly, you know, when you think of a map gallery, you do think of maps, but looking at the map gallery now, we have things from the COVID response map to wildfire maps, and you know, it's just incredible. It blurs the line between maps and applications and other resources and tools. So anyway, a lot there. We could spend a lot of time anywhere you like, but I'll hand that off to you now and just make myself available for any discussion, conversation, questions you might have. You're muted, Bruce.
Yep. Thank you very much. I do have some questions, but I want to open it up to other commissioners or staff to question or comment before I dive in.
Yes, I just wanted to remind the commission that as part of my work plan for this year was a discussion of sort of where is NRIS within the organization, and are we meeting our statutory obligations to provide a natural resource information system. So we wanted to start with this overview from Evan to encourage the conversation. I really want to reemphasize a point that Evan made several times, and that is that as he illustrated, as we have evolved as an agency, we've really moved away from thinking about NRIS and library information services and library development and all of these different organizational programs of the agency, rather than thinking about them as part of our org structure, thinking about them as the functions of the state library, so that our staff are not staff of NRIS, they are staff of the state library operating a natural resource information system and providing water information and geographic information, maintaining the Montana spatial data infrastructure, similarly providing library development services. So it is what we do. It is not who we are. Who we are is staff of the state library.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I think that is helpful. I have just a few questions. Actually, you answered most of them. So your first question, Jenny, is, are we doing what we're required to do in regards to NRES by statute? Clearly, yes, we're doing it more better. So that's all good. I think when it comes down to it, my biggest concern about NRES at this point is a branding question. Are we confusing our users? I don't think we're confusing ourselves. I think you guys are completely straightened out. I live being confused, so that's not a problem for me. But are we confusing users with even retaining sort of a public NRES label as part of the state library? Or should we just sort of duck it out of sight, continue doing NRES as required by statute, and just kind of press on as you have been pressing on with these NRES services being, part of the bedrock core of library content and services? Either one of you would be curious to see what you have to say to that.
I'll take a first shot. And what I say is I agree with you. Well, you had a lot of points there, so it's probably not very meaningful for me to say I agree with you. What I'd say is I definitely know there has been a large and loyal NRES following over time, and even before I arrived, some confusion about what NRES had become. But many of those were, like I said, very loyal and very supportive users and people familiar. But the flip side of that is, and I think we've had this or some version of this conversation before, NRES as a brand kind of outgrew the library. People forgot, or new people coming in didn't realize necessarily that NRES was part of the library. And there were a lot of people, I think, that were caught off guard in 2017 when the cuts happened, to realize that cuts to the digital library, as the legislature explicitly said, were actually cuts to the NRES program.
So let me focus your answer, if I may. So do you think at this point that NRES, that the brand NRES should still be kind of held up to the fore, or should we sort of retire it and subsume it within the MSL brand?
I think that's part of one of the questions that will be asked as we go through this rebranding process that we're all very, very excited about. People are emotionally attached to the NRES brand, maybe less so than they were 5 or 10 years ago when we started these reorganizations, but nonetheless, people know of NRES. It has such a long history. And so I think that is information that I would impart to any professional organization that comes in and helps us with our rebranding. But I think we do ourselves a disservice as an agency not taking better ownership for the functions that we provide, like NRES and the Land Information Act and those other kinds of things. And so I hope that working with professionals will come to some resolution to that specific question, and as well as an appropriate process to make that happen. I would add that I think that is a need both for our external stakeholders as well as our internal staff, who similarly have emotional ties to the work that they provide that they value so much.
And I have emotional ties to NRES as well. Much of my professional history is interwoven with particularly some of the early parts of it. I would note that the Talking Book Library is a brand or a sub-brand of the State Library. No one confuses the Talking Book Library for an independent agency they understand as part of the State Library, and it's valued as such.
I would disagree with that. I don't know that a lot of people know that the Talking Book Library is a program of the State Library.
That's been my experience as well.
Well, there you have it.
Yeah.
But I think a good point is made, both just your original question that brought up this discussion, as well as some of these questions now. And when Jenny talks about that rebranding process, what I do think is absolutely necessary is if the outcome of that is that we should not be necessarily promoting INRIS as a brand moving forward, I do think it's important that we have some educational materials, that we have some talking points, because I think it would be a very bad thing if people on their own took that to mean that we weren't providing the resources that have always been provided as part of the natural resource information system.
So are there any other questions or comments regarding sort of this reminder overview of NRIS?
Yeah, I have a question, Bruce.
Thank you, Ken.
Evan, thanks very much for this this presentation. It's great to see this overview and the long history of NRIS. You mentioned at the beginning that it's not always easy to collect data from the other state agencies, as is their statutory requirement. Are you able to say anything more about that?
You know, the examples I provided, I think, are the best. Maybe I'm erring, I'm being kindest about it, but the reality is, for much of the, well, there are a couple, there's a whole lot there. Let's say that. One issue that has nothing to do with other agencies is just that we have had more work to do than we could do as long as I've been here, without initiating any real campaign to be more aggressive and get more agency information. So I've always felt like we needed to do a better job of managing what we have before we stake out into trying to gather more. Another issue, and this was one I meant to talk about as I was going through this, and I'm glad I got the chance to say this now. There was another kind of big change in the 2000s, more fundamental to GIS, but it impacted all of us, and that is that, you know, through the 90s, when desktop GIS was becoming a thing, and into the early 2000s, there was a real emphasis on getting data. Let's find that data. Let's go, you know, and when we talked about getting data then, a lot of times we were getting maps and digitizing them, or manually creating data sets. And somewhere around the mid 2000s, a lot of initiatives to mass digitize things had happened. Increasing amounts of born digital geospatial data were becoming available. And all of a sudden, there was this recognition that, hey, that stuff we gathered in 1990 is either not very good quality because we didn't have the tools to get very high quality data back then, or just dated. You know, depending on the type of data, it can go out of date very rapidly. And so there's a real shift towards how do we maintain, how do we sustainably maintain GIS geospatial data. Still to this day, if you look in the data list, a significant amount of that data dates back to that collection period. MLIAC and the MSDI is really the model when we come to statewide data, the area where we've been pursuing models for sustainable data collection. So while all of that is happening, so prior to that, it was fairly easy for us to go out and grab data or for people to contribute. And also we were just trying to collect everything we could as part of the clearinghouse. At some point in the 2000s, there was a transition then for INRIS, and the portal was a good example of that, and we still try to do this today, to change from being the collection of all of the data to being the point where you connect people to data. So people are registering metadata instead of actually putting data sets there. At no fault of any of the state agencies, one of the problems over the last 10 years has been a rapid change, just as the data and tools have changed, the rapid changes in the metadata and metadata tools that have made it challenging to continue to maintain a meaningful data list, because it's hard to rapidly update the metadata and keep it as current and consistent with the data sets that it's supposed to support. So a lot of challenges there. But, you know, while I've never had, back to your original question, while I've never had the point of actually going to an agency and saying, can I have this data set? And then saying no, I've certainly been in conversations with agencies where I've heard as they grow their IT shops and grow their GIS programs, an agency preference to own their data. You know, this is what we do for state government, and so we should have ownership of this data. And if people are going to get it, it should come through us. I cringe a little when I hear that because of my library connection, but at the same time, I understand, particularly in the world that we live in, the emphasis on data, analytics, access. I can't help but understand where they're coming from. So, sorry, that was a very, very long answer.
And Kenny, do you have a follow-up? You're good?
I think I'm good with that. I understand that problem that you're facing, but unfortunately, managing your own data, comes with a lot of responsibility and a lot of long-term requirements that I think most organizations are not prepared or willing to deal with.
Mm-hmm.
Agree.
Those are really important points, and some of the benefits that we often talk about with agencies. A couple of other shifts that I would just raise. We've seen it last session. We've seen it increasingly this legislative session, a real move to potentially restrict access to different kinds of data and determine what kinds of data should be considered confidential or private. And by and large, efforts to restrict access to information have been put down this session, but we've had some conversations, especially with Nanette Gilbertson, about having some kind of forum to talk about the Montana Constitution, what kinds of data and information is protected under the Montana Constitution, and trying to come up with some better reasoning and ways to talk about why data should be publicly accessible, and to try to come to more common understandings during the interim so that we are better prepared to face what are likely to be increasing legislative challenges in the future. And then the other point I wanted to make is that we very much see the state library's role as providing access to government information, as our state publications statute says, separate from the NRES statute, and that is information produced by state agencies intended for public distribution. And in our minds, that encompasses more open data kinds of models, whereby the state library could manage open data portals for that kind of publicly accessible data. I don't think we have the resources, and I don't think we have the statutory obligation to manage agency level data that's not intended for the public. But to the extent that data is intended for the public or should be publicly accessible, I think we would be very interested in trying to take a greater role in managing that kind of data for the state. that requires more resources than we currently have, even probably more resources than we will likely get through upcoming legislation. But to the extent that legislators have recently referred to us as the digital arm of state government, there is a real opportunity and case for us to make to be that open data hub for the state of Montana. And that includes all types of data.
I want to quickly mention, Ginny, on the first part of what you said. I believe, I may be mistaken, but I believe statute does include language for confidential data and allowing agencies not to share that. And I don't have a lot of concern about that because I think, generally speaking, to be confidential, there needs to be some, personal identifiable information or legally sensitive type of or health type of data. What concerns me is when agencies aren't willing to, they recognize that it's not confidential, but they have other reasons for wanting to restrict the access.
But it sounds to me like I should watch the branding process as it goes forward. And it sounds to me like there's an opportunity for a kind of a roundtable discussion with agencies and perhaps other partners to talk about data confidentiality and perhaps move towards sort of a reiterating what statute calls for, but also maybe in something that makes sense currently. Because this is, as you pointed out in your presentation, Evan, a fantastically different environment than we had 30 years ago. So,
for sure.
There's a few other to-dos that I would just point out.
Okay.
As we continue to administratively merge the Heritage program into the state library, you'll certainly see their web presence be incorporated into the overall state library's web presence. And then a little bit longer term, and we don't have any ideas yet exactly what this would look like, but integration of our various applications so that there's more cross-functionality across the different applications that Evan mentioned. So 2 things to keep in mind. And then I think the other issue for us to look at really carefully this interim is the statute that talks about the NRIS advisory committee. We have many committees. And, that committee was largely those pass-through funding agencies, the Department of Natural Resources, DEQ, Transportation, FWP, the university system. The Department of Administration had a seat and Agriculture had a seat. But it was largely those pass-through funding entities. With the change from having those 5 agencies pass through funding to the state library to this new fixed cost model that is spelled out in House Bill 2, there's obviously a much wider group of agencies providing funding for the state library. And those agencies have their own committee that meets. So we don't necessarily need to recreate that group. There is also the Natural Heritage Partners Committee that meets annually. And I really view that group as the natural resources professionals that are really advising us on some of the major policy issues before them that are driving their data needs. And I think that's really important for us to be mindful of in thinking about who our primary users are and making sure that we are collecting the kinds of information and creating the kinds of data sets and applications to meet their needs as our users. So I think we need to think about the role that that group plays in light of the statute. And then just one more point that I wanted to make. I don't think I've said this as clearly as I might, but I am just so thrilled with the MLIAC model that is kind of slowly developing, where we have this advisory council, and then we have these work groups of subject matter experts that have deep interest and understanding in particularly our spatial data themes, like elevation, in providing guidance on our state LiDAR plan. At your next meeting, you'll hear an update about the land cover plan that's been developed by a land cover work group. At our recent MLIAC meeting, we were asked to seat a work group for control and the PLSS. And I think by creating these plans, again, we're hearing from the stakeholders who have deep need and interest for this kinds of data that is helping inform how we collect and manage that kind of data in the ways that Evan has described. That is then informing our land information plan and our work planning as an agency. I think this is a really terrific model. I also want to say, I think we are mirroring that model with what we were talking about with the newly revised NAC and the MLN with these core services subcommittees. And so I think you're going to see the kind of input from our stakeholder groups percolating throughout the agency in a really positive way. All of that to say, I think we need to revisit our NRES Advisory Committee statute to not necessarily to say we should do away with it, but to really acknowledge and embrace all of the ways by which we're getting really meaningful input from our stakeholders.
Ken, you have a question or a comment?
Yes. First of all, thanks, Evan, for putting this very interesting history together. And also, just as a side comment, I love how you're, with your background there, how it looks like you're drinking from the sky every time you take a drink of water. Yeah, a couple of observations, just in general. I think the slide that's up here right now is pretty indicative. I see that as the pivot point. That's probably about the same year that I turned our fancy electronic digitizing tablet into a stand-up desk for one of our employees that electrically goes up and down instead of digitizing new data. But I think the other, I think Jenny's very much on spot with this. I think that in my mind, the Heritage Partner Group is the Natural Resource Information System Advisory Council, and couldn't be better. They do a remarkable job of pulling together. It's a wonderful day of learning from all the agencies that come together. Evan mentioned kind of when he first started this discussion, talked about the transition there, between the Base Map Service Center coming over to the State Library, and how they kind of handled what he called the land layers. I kind of think of it as more of the people layers versus the land layers, natural resources, because really some of the dynamics happening today with moving to web services and taking on things like the human infrastructure, which is in my mind, the cadastral, the structures, the transportation, state transportation layer, those sort of people-oriented ones, because most natural things don't care too much about human infrastructure like roads and structures. They just try to avoid them or not get killed on them, basically. So basically, it's a very interesting dynamic. And I think as we move into that, the new transition of aggregating these things and being what we've always done really well of collaborating and collecting the data and providing a statewide framework for it to hang on, which we've done certainly since this 1912 period. That's really the way we're moving in the future. So in my mind, that's just a few observations on the discussion. I think it's really been a good one today.
The name for that has been the land versus human versus populate. That has always been a struggle that we've dealt with over the years. So appreciate that comment. One other thing I just mentioned to the larger conversation is, even though technically I know we had a different governor for the last 8 years, in a lot of ways it felt like an extension of the Schweitzer campaign and government. Even some of the same directors. There's obviously a new governor and a very clean new break in leadership in the agencies. And not saying anything negative about the leaders before, but you've just got a new group coming in with different ideas. So it is a great opportunity, keeping in mind again that the advisory committee membership is appointed by directors. So I think it's an opportunity to do some outreach with directors, help them understand what we're trying to provide, and ensure that the best representatives from those agencies are included as we move forward.
Well, this was very helpful. Any other questions or comments regarding this? Evan, this is great. I appreciate it. So on my list, again, I'm thinking about statute a little bit, wanting, because I'm someplace in my body an organized person, so kind of wanting just to clean it up, and being reminded that putting really specific things in statute is often a mistake. Might have been better if we had put into statute that we would have some sort of a really great user community that we turn to for advice constantly, and then let, at the very least, either let just sort of how we did things or let administrative rule dictate what that was, so it wasn't awkward. And but branding, I think we want to take a look at that, because I think you guys have I think you have it figured out. So I'm in terms of the organizational structure and how our things are functioning, and I do appreciate that some people are wed to the NRIS name, but well, I do appreciate that. Let's move on to the state, unless someone has something to say. Let's move on to the state library report. And Jenny, take it away.
Great. So you have linked in your agenda the update of our work plans. So if there's any questions about the work plan, let me know. I wanted to share just a few other sort of COVID related updates, and then a couple of other updates of interest to you. Things are more or less continuing as is with regard to the pandemic. I think it's time for us to start having some conversations about when you might be comfortable thinking about coming back together. I was reminded that it's now been a year that we've been meeting remotely as a commission. So, you know, if you have interest in starting to come back together for in-person meetings, you know, by late summer or the fall, let me know and we can start having those kinds of conversations. I'd be interested to know sort of what kinds of requirements you might want to see in place for those kinds of meetings. So nothing you have to answer today, but maybe something that we could start thinking about.
And we just put a note in our list of things to do to discuss that as part of the agenda in August.
You bet. Yep.
Would that work for you?
Yep.
So we can kind of all assess our comfort level, and then also see if there's been any change in CDC type in people's practice, otherwise, or everyday practice.
Sounds good. We've been told from the state at this point that we should not begin planning to return to work just yet.
I'm just going to do C-suite from the
We've also been told that they, the governor's office, are starting to have those conversations.
I think I need to roll right from C-suite. Sure.
So we anticipate hearing more information from the state in coming weeks and months that will certainly inform our overall planning. The other thing that I wanted to make you aware of is that coming out of the pandemic, we know that the governor's office plans to do a study of workspace and what it would look like to continue to support greater remote work options as state government, largely with an eye to trying to reduce the overall physical footprint of state government. And especially for those of us in Helena, moving from a lot of the off-site leased locations to taking advantage of space available on the Capitol complex itself. So we have already begun discussions with our staff about their preferred work environments, identifying those positions that need to continue to work primarily from the state library rather than in a remote work kind of situation. Those positions that we would be comfortable continuing to allow to work remotely, and then what kinds of space needs might come from those kinds of changes. I hope that in conducting this study, the state also puts the resources into helping us really evaluate what kinds of changes to our physical space would really be conducive to kind of hybrid work models going forward. So we have a lot to learn about the state's interests and intent there, and more guidance from them, we hope, about what this study will look like exactly. But in the meantime, we've begun having those kinds of studies. Also related are the conversations about a potential move for the state library. At this point, the Attorney General's office would very much like to see an appropriation made to fund a move and a remodel of our space so that they could move into it. And we have insisted that if the state makes that appropriation, that there must also be a like appropriation for the state library if there is intent for us to be moved somewhere else. At this point in time, there is no location identified for the state library. We have also insisted that we would have to be located on the Capitol complex, and that point has been confirmed by the governor's budget director, who has said that we are going to be retreating to the Capitol complex. So no space has been identified. What we have insisted on is that if legislation is passed this session that appropriates to the Attorney General's office funding to move into and remodel our space, that the state library also receive an appropriation to relocate us and remodel any future space. Whether or not that move would happen this coming biennium would largely depend on whether or not a location was found for the state library. Any kind of appropriation made this session could carry over into the future biennium if a location isn't found in the next couple of years, and we would have to continue this process into future years. I don't know that it's likely that that appropriation is going to be made this session. You know, we're nearing the final weeks of the session at this point, and with the plans that are developing from the governor's office to do this more comprehensive enterprise-wide study, there is a sense that the Attorney General's plans are happening too quickly and out of sync with the larger goals of the overall enterprise state government. And so I do know that there's some resistance from the budget director and other legislators. So at this point, again, whether or not those appropriations happen this session remains to be seen. We will push back against anything that we see that does not take care of the state library. And we've heard good support from both the budget director and other legislators in that regard. And then the only other point I wanted to make with regard to these conversations about returning to work is that we have a lot of staff who are deeply concerned about the concealed carry issue we talked about earlier in the agenda. And I think it warrants a larger discussion about the public face of the state library and what it means to be open to the public and inviting people into the library that might be bringing in weapons, and our staff's discomfort with those kinds of concerns. we would be very interested in having a conversation with the commission about options like being open by appointment only, for example, as a means to mitigate those kinds of concerns. Again, this is a conversation for future meetings, but something I wanted to lay the groundwork for.
I think if we have those conversations, it would be good to have staff be part of those conversations.
Certainly.
I mean, that's in part why I asked the questions I was asking earlier this morning. You know, what are our options? And I also have to agree with what you said, is that people view that differently, radically differently. Some people see it as enhancing their safety and freedom, and other people see it as infringing upon both safety and freedom. So, yeah, I don't know. We can fix that, but I do think at the very least the commission has a responsibility to listen and listen well to concerns.
Good. I just wanted to make a couple other quick related notes. The governor just announced an executive order that would prohibit agencies from applying or making use of the so-called vaccination passport or vaccination pass as a way to differentiate between who we serve in the public. I don't think we had any views to doing that, so I'm not concerned about that at all. I did want to make the commission aware there is legislation. It's House Bill 501 that would apply more broadly to any publicly funded building. Those responsible for that building could not require that vaccination passport. They could also not require people to wear masks. And so the governor's executive order did not extend to a mask mandate in the way that this statute extends. If passed, and it's very likely to pass, and in fact, I haven't checked it today, it might have already passed the legislature and be working its way to the governor. If passed and signed, it would prohibit, I need to say this clearly, it would prohibit a library from calling law enforcement and under the criminal definition of trespass and asking for someone who is not wearing a mask to be removed under criminal trespass, largely under libraries' disorderly conduct policies. The mechanism that libraries use to enforce those policies is calling law enforcement or security and asking someone to be removed under criminal trespass. This bill would prohibit a public entity from enforcing criminal trespass for someone who is violating an order to wear a mask. So Tracy just said it just passed third reading in the Senate. So so that is a concern for libraries, for public libraries. You know, the alternatives vary, but you know, it would prevent that kind of enforcement of the mask mandate. I don't see that for state agencies. That's the point I want to be clear on. While we are now prohibited from enforcing any kind of vaccination passport, I don't believe that applies to the mask mandate that currently exists in Lewis and Clark County, for example.
Well, we're not out of these woods yet. Nor do I suspect is this our last pandemic that we cope with. So these are things we may want to continue sort of discussing with the Library Association and with others, MACO, et cetera, working towards solutions that ensure everyone's safety and use of public facilities. So do you want to, please, this question?
Any questions? I just wanted to ask before I move on.
Please, Jenny.
So some happier topics. We have information in your agenda about a recently completed writing contest. This was sponsored by the magazine Distinctly Montana with the Montana Memory Project. Users of the Montana Memory Project were asked to take an image from the Montana Memory Project and use it as the basis for writing a story. And those were submitted to some of our staff and people from Distinctly Montana, and winners were selected. And all of those winning writing pieces are going to appear in the fall issue of Distinctly Montana. They're made available online here as well. So just a really fantastic way that we're promoting the Montana Memory Project in a really terrific partnership with Distinctly Montana.
Very cool. I read through them and fun stuff.
Very fun.
Yeah.
I also wanted to let you know that Troy Blanford received word a couple of weeks ago that we are going to receive another round of funding from the US 3DEP program. That's the federal matching funds that have been matching state dollars going towards LiDAR acquisition for the state. Evan, I don't have those dollar amounts in front of me. I believe it was about 800,000 in state dollars, but I don't remember the federal match amount.
I think the feds, it was right around 2 million. I may be mistaken, but I think that's what I remember.
Anyway,
and that fits with the 2/3.
Yeah, wanted to really thank Troy and Aaron Fashaway for their continued work with our partners and stakeholders in identifying those opportunities for the state match that's then leveraging those federal funds coming into the state.
One more quick point there. If you've been listening in any of our testimony about LiDAR to the legislature, we're using the 30% number, about 30% of the state currently complete, because in part we're a little superstitious and we don't want to jinx anything. But assuming everything goes fine with getting this award implemented and all of that collection goes well, by the time that is complete, we should have about half of the state collected. So very exciting.
Great. And then finally, I just wanted to make the commission aware that we are coming up on the time for us to do our next Library Services and Technology Act 5-year plan evaluation. This is a requirement from the Institute of Museum and Library Services that we evaluate our current 5-year plan and then use that evaluation as the basis for our next 5-year plan. And it's amazing to think that Dr. Anthony Chow was here 5 years ago and that we're ready to do that work all over again. We have completed a procurement process and we've identified a contractor out of, I believe they're out of Colorado, organization that works closely with state libraries and has done these kinds of evaluation for other states in the past. Some of you know the name Carson Block. It's his organization that will be coming to Montana starting in July to begin that process. So that'll be really exciting. And I'm also very excited about having our new NAC in place and the structure for MLN moving forward so that that can inform our next 5-year LSTA plan.
Any questions about any of those items Jenny just reported on, those 5 bullet points? Let's move then to commission goals and objectives and to a calendar review. Obviously, the first thing everyone needs to remember is this Friday at 9 in the morning, there will be an opportunity for attendees of the Montana Library Association annual meeting to get together with us on Zoom. Is that correct? Is it on Zoom, Jenny?
It is, yes.
Okay. And so I was confused. I think that we've been sent a link to that. Is that correct?
Genevieve has sent you a link and instructions for how to enter the Zoom room. And I encourage you to review those instructions You'll be entering a main Zoom room, and then you'll be prompted to select a breakout room, and we're in breakout room 1.
Number 1.
Mhm.
Great, thank you. Let's see, the other item that we should make sure we have covered are the spring Federation meetings. And could you do, I think that there are several Federation meetings that are still not spoken for by a commissioner. Is that correct?
Let me check those.
Tracy, if you have a mic, you might jump in as well.
Yeah, I think we don't have anyone yet for Golden Plains or Pathfinder. And I'm pretty sure Ken signed up for Tamarack. So we just need.
Can you remind us of those dates, please?
Sure can. I pulled them up. So Golden Plains is April 29th. It is actually going to be face-to-face in Wolf Point, but we'll make sure that we have a Zoom for the commissioner. And then
I'm already spoken for with another meeting on, let's do that one first, if we could.
Okay, yeah.
I'm already spoken for with another meeting on that, and I need to drive up to my daughter's birthday party that afternoon. So I'm not going to be able to do that.
Okay.
Someone who could do that one on the 29th.
Tracy, what is the time of that?
It starts at 10 a.m. and usually it's like 10 to noon, roughly.
Right.
I wouldn't be able to commit to that. I have another meeting at 11.
Okay.
I have a meeting at 11 on that day as well.
Well, it may be that we just aren't able to be there.
All right.
I don't have the calendar up in front of me. Is that April 29th or May?
You kind of faded out there, Ken, at least on my part.
What date was that? Sorry.
April 29th.
Which is a Thursday. Is that correct? Yeah, it's Thursday.
I can tentatively try to, I have to change another meeting, but I can tentatively try to attend that.
Okay.
That'd be wonderful, Ken, if you could do that. If you can't, let Jenny or Tracy or myself know, please. And then what's the other date, Tracy?
So the other date that I don't believe we have a commissioner at is Pathfinder, which is May 20th. It starts at 9 a.m. and probably will be an online meeting.
I don't want to take, I'm sorry?
This is Connie. I could go to that.
Oh, perfect. Perfect.
Great.
I was about to volunteer, but lovely. Lovely. Thank you.
May 20th, 9 to noon, you said?
Yeah, and it might even just be 9 to 11. The online meetings tend to be only a couple hours long. And I will make sure that you have the link, Connie.
Thanks, Tracy.
I have to say that discussion we had about guns was largely brought about by things I learned in a Federation meeting. And while we didn't get final answers to some of the questions that were brought up in that Federation meeting, I listened to the tone in people's voices when they were talking about it, and I thought, this is something we really need to know more about. So I think it's really good when commissioners are there, not only to be seen, but to listen and pick up on some of those sort of less obvious cues, and so we can react appropriately. Penny or Tracy, are there any other things in terms of the calendar we need to be thinking about?
I just wanted to touch base about Friday. So, I think a couple of things that I wanted to make sure that we talk about with those in attendance, the rewrite of the public library standards. So the commission has a chance to hear if there's any additional comments there, and reiterate with everyone what the timeline is moving forward. And then a discussion about the Montana Library Network and some of the changes that we're talking about, have a chance to talk more about why we're enacting these changes and how we see that process moving forward. you know, this is always a chance for people to ask questions of the commission as well. And we usually get great engagement at these meetings. And I think the online forum will allow for even more of that. But those are the two key topics that our staff will be prepared to talk about. Are there any other things that you think we should plan to bring up in that kind of conversation setting? And for Connie and Dalton, this is usually a fairly informal conversational style discussion that we have at the Library Association conference.
Well, without stepping off the end of the dock, I think we should mention that we're concerned about the census stuff and that we're following up on that.
Yeah, good.
Because
Yeah.
this affects people. Anything else that we should as Jenny says, it's free flowing. Good chance for listening, letting people ask questions that we had no idea were questions, but were great questions.
So Bruce, with regard to the census topic, do you know how much to say? And I mean, it's a big topic, right? We spent quite a bit of time on it with slides, which I expect we're not going to have.
Right.
Do you have a sense about how to formulate that?
Well, if it were just up to me, well, I mean, since it's a discussion, we don't really have perhaps as much control of that as we might. But if it were up to me, I would just say we should mention that there are some questions about the upcoming census and about the numbers that are being used, that there's some statistical dithering as well as organizational dithering, and that we do have concerns about data integrity and about the process, and we're following up on that. And if you want to know more, contact Jenny. Does that work for you, Jenny?
It does, and I'm sitting here thinking too that this is likely something where we might ask Mary to do a webinar follow-up for
That's a good
libraries
idea.
who are interested.
Or maybe even have one of your Friday conversations with the state librarian with her.
Yes, that's a great idea.
Kenning, does that seem like that'll serve? I think if we get sucked into too deep of a discussion, we're kind of ill-equipped to carry that discussion forward, and it could just consume our entire time.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just thinking in my own mind about how to communicate that, because clearly it's something that Mary asked us to talk about with other people and our constituents, but we don't want to create a hair on fire situation either, right? Where people, because we won't be able to fully inform people about what this is about.
Right. I think the key message in my mind is that we acknowledge it's a problem and we're working on it, and that we're doing so transparently. We're not trying to hide the process. We're still exploring. Because it's a pocketbook issue, and it'd be nice to have people on this, at least having given a chance to acquire some degree of confidence in the commission, and more to the point, the state library, for due diligence and figuring out the best route forward.
Yeah, I think the takeaway message for me was that the U.S. Census data is the gold standard for this kind of population data, and that due to the federal government's reaction to privacy concerns, they have created a set of algorithms that may not be necessarily be achieving the results that they want.
Mm-hmm.
Well done. Well said. Very well said. Yeah. This is great. Thank you. Yes, yeah. Very well said.
And I think one of the outcomes I would want to see from that discussion is that librarians are alerted so that they can be thinking about what the implications might be in their communities, communicating to those involved that there could be potential outcomes, and that librarians can serve as connectors between stakeholders and people who, like Mary, are in the know and can provide relevant information.
Well, one thing that I didn't come away with a clear understanding of, it sounds like this is something that the Census Bureau has been thinking about and working on for a long time, right? So this isn't necessarily the product of one administration or another. It's that this has been a concern of theirs for quite a while. Is that how you understand it?
I might ask Ken, you know, the earliest times that we started hearing about this were, you know, 2019. But I don't know how much of it is administratively driven.
The conversations I've heard have had nothing to do about making data fuzzy to protect privacy. It's been about using sampling to arrive at what some would purport to be more accurate count, as opposed to doing a strict numerical count. That's what I've heard all the arguments about. So this until Ken Wall talked about this earlier, and I have to confess, it sort of mostly went over my head. This was not on my radar at all.
Yeah, it wasn't really on my radar either until I started going to NISJIC with Aaron, and that's where it really was raised a couple of years ago. I was quite surprised when we learned today that this has been going on for decades in different forms, that this is just a particularly strange form they took this year compared to pulling someone out and substituting another person versus, you know, injecting fake data, injecting noise into the system. It's quite a different take on it. I mean, it's a knee-jerk reaction, I think, to the situation last year in protecting the census. And so,
yeah, I thought Mary's distinction, which is something that was new for me today, of the census making these changes simply in how they manage their data as the Census Bureau, and extending those processes to how that census data can then be applied by connecting it to other sources of data. That was new information for me, and a new way of thinking about these differential privacy concerns.
I do urge commissioners and others to listen to the Geocoding session, because there were other things in there we didn't talk about today in terms of the actual census itself that were quite interesting, which I won't go into right now.
Well, on Friday, let's not try to, like I say, fall off the end of the dock, so that we can get the job done. But I think it is of interest.
Bruce, this is Jamie. I have a question to Jenny or whoever, but I know that this meeting is recorded, and I would guess very strongly that her presentation was recorded as well. Is there a way, how do we go back and listen to that again? So that we can kind of, if we have questions, some of it was over my head and some of it was frankly kind of frightening. Is there a way to go back and listen to that so that we're kind of on top of what her comments were?
Yeah. Genevieve, as soon as we have the recording from today's meeting posted, could you send the commissioners a link, and then also a link to Mary's presentation as well?
Yeah, I'll send you guys a link. It goes on Vimeo and YouTube, and I'll let you know what the timestamp of that conversation.
Perfect. And
that was an amazing presentation. That was so important to hear.
Good.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. So, in the interest of actually finishing this meeting,
just one more quick question. Ken, can you throw that Geocoding link into the chat box?
Yeah, I will. I'll have to look it up and grab it, but I will.
Thank you.
Before I jump off here.
Well, just in case I'm missing other questions or comments by commissioners, would you feel free to chime in? But are there is there any comment, public or from the commission or staff, on any matter not contained in this agenda that's in our jurisdiction?
I can't resist. I'll make it very, very quick and just say, due to some scheduling appointment stuff, I realized that earlier this week that we've basically hit the 1-year mark of working from home. And so just again, can't say enough about how great the staff has been and how much they've rallied to continue to make services available. So
Here,
just
here.
want to say that.
Yes,
Here, here.
agreed.
Well, hearing no other comments, no other business. Jenny, you good to go?
Good to go.
Well, thank you all. And this was sort of a longish meeting, but we did chew on some fairly tough stuff. And thank you very much. It's a pleasure and a privilege to work with you. We'll
Good meeting, Bruce.
Thank you.
We'll
I'll talk to you on Friday morning.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.